Hello everyone, welcome to Fablehaven Age of Wonders for the Thrones of Blood. And a very special mini-campaign one-shot video. I was planning to return to these type of videos just for each expansion because I feel like they're the culmination of the dev diary, dev stream coverage that I do leading up to the release of expansion to cover everything in that expansion in one little campaign. And of course, its accompanying update. This time, however, this video is brought to you by a viewer just like you, who really wanted to see Sire Denathrius, the only good thing to come of Shadowlands. And so, it's Sire Denathrius, the Lord of Revendreth. But first, before we can hop into it, one of the things that have changed is we have a second page of the Pantheon rewards. The Pantheon grows ever greater. Look at how many things are here now. But there's a second page. Age of Wonders 4 will never die. If you haven't seen the rewards here, there's some banner stuff. The Wheels of Age is just the Age of Wonders Archon. The Triumph, the developers, they got their own banner. We'll be using this Chalice banner. It's very appropriate for Denathrius. Stake and Mallets. The Hunters Rapier and Whip. So this is basically Bloodborne. There's a crossbow, a weapon, and then there is the hat, the outfit, and the cape, very much inspired by the cover of Bloodborne. But the most exciting thing here, I suppose, is Apex Predators. This is a new society trait, which we will be using in today's video. Let's get started, shall we?
Choose your destination.
This particular realm, well, I suppose I start off by saying, if you have no idea who Sire Denathrius is, he is the progenitor of the Nathrezim and the Venthyr in World of Warcraft Shadow Legends. It's a bad expansion, but we're going to play off of it, because I have a scheme. This is going to be a land trait, and we are going to be visiting the new Sunless Highlands. These is a realm consisting of a mountainous and sunless heartland that gets colder towards the edges. Sunless is the new terrain type that does bad things for everyone who's not an Elder Vampire. Or a Heartless, I suppose. And we will see much of it and what new things it holds. Now, of course, in this realm, this is a very special realm. This is a small world in between the Shadowlands that can only be accessed by the wielder of Rimonia. That is Sire Denathrius' sentient weapon, and the reason she's not here, first of all, I can't make her. Second of all, we're in her world. So this is where Denathrius is recovering after he was defeated by the players. He is objectively the best thing to come from Shadowlands because he has joined a very unique status in the World of Warcraft universe, which is he is officially in the break in case of out of lore ideas box alongside Illidan. Not many people can say that they're in their box. We will have city-states. This is going to make the free cities more powerful. They'll start with +5 population, and Whispering Stones will be less effective. This is because I want to show off the new Tyrant stuff. And, you know, this realm has been hidden away for a long time. The people who lived here, who made their way here, they're popping off. I was asked not to do Unbound Tomes, and so I have an idea for it. We're not going to do it. We'll do some death casting. Why not? So whenever someone dies, or whenever a unit dies, their owner gains +10 casting points. And I think this is going to be it. We have a new lovely background. We are going to be on hard difficulty. We're not going brutal. We're going hard because this is a 1v2. I like that. I'll set it. We're on team 1. Our opponents are on team 2. I'm going to have to go against all odds. We will have hard high happening. Hard high happening. Normal world threats, because I don't want to spend forever just bonking on stuff. I believe everything else can stay the same. Why not? Just to me. And allow me to introduce
Your journey.
Sire Denathrius. Fabe, future Fabe, if you'd be so kind to block out the other names on this list. Sire Denathrius. I'll just edit
What is your people's fault?
him. So the Venthyr are the people that he led. And they're basically elves with like gargoyle-ish faces. And so that's going to be represented here. I did my best. I can't perfectly translate them or the Dreadlords, the Nathrezim. So you're going to have to do a little suspension of disbelief here. But we are going to be vulnerable to magic. This is widely considered to be the worst flaw. So let's find out if it truly is. This gives us -1 resistance. This is to, I suppose, exemplify that the Venthyr are very weak to light magic. I can't specify. But we will be resilient. We'll resist status effects, and negative status effects have 1 less turn. We are strong. Because of course we are, and we're sneaky. The Nathrezim snuck all across the cosmos and infiltrated many, many organizations. And we'll be playing as the Dark Cult of Tyranny. So, the Dark Culture has been reworked in the Gargoyle update, and there are 2 cults. Vladdy Daddy will be playing the Cult of Death starting this weekend, but we're here for the Cult of Tyranny. If you are familiar with the Dark Culture, you are familiar with the Cult of Tyranny. They are very similar, but they do have a new mechanic. So instead of exploiting weakness, they now exploit all status weaknesses. They can reduce status resistance, and they get benefits based on exploiting the vulnerability of enemies and can more easily apply debuffs, which they can benefit from. The new stuff is the hostage diplomacy. This will make more sense when we're in-game, but like the Reavers, we don't start with a Whispering Stone. We can gain city stability by executing heroes in your prison, and unique city structures provide increased gold at the cost of city stability, which again, we can restabilize by killing people. And every hero that we defeat in combat will return to our prison. We will not be able to put them in the crypt unless, we bonk them. Our societal traits.
Their society.
The boring one is we're silver-tongued. Because this realm belongs to us, we know how to talk to them. And we're sneaky, charismatic, persuasive. But the new one is Apex Predators. I think this is going to be pretty good. They believe themselves to be at the top of the food chain. To be weak is to be prey. Which is very true of the Dreadlords and, of course, Sire Denathrius himself. Gain 50 food on successfully pillaging a province improvement. Gain 50 food on successfully raising a conquered city per province improvement it has. Gain 30 food on successfully migrating a conquered city per population, but the city loses an additional population afterwards. And vassals grant plus 10 food per population, and we have -10 alignment. Our starting units also gain +1 rank. So I think this is going to be very good. It rewards very aggressive gameplay, and it rewards further vassal swarming, which is already very strong. It is worth noting that there's a little bit of anti-synergy built into this passive, or this society trait, where you get food for pillaging province improvements, but then you get food for just raising a conquered city per province improvement it has. Is that just in general, or would pillaged ones not count? I'm actually not sure.
Choose your first.
We're going to begin with the brand new Tome of the Blood Rite. In this particular playthrough, we are going to get all of the bleeding stuff. All of it! And of course, the Revendreth didn't actually have blood-sucking vampires. They were thematically inspired by it, but it was anima, the life essence, that they were drinking and siphoning. Now, the Elder Vampire is unique in that he has 2 different variants, but don't worry, they're the exact same. The hybrid variant just lets you be any race and still acts as vampire customization. The Elder Vampire Pureblood has its own animated rig and customization options. So we are the Pureblood, of course, and this is what I'm working with. The Dreadlords have always had unique models compared to everything else, and of course Sire Denathrius just takes that to the next level. So this is what I've got. We're doing our best here. And he is going to be a Spellblade because something very amusing came in the patch. Spellblades can use ranged weapons. They are the first hero class to join the Ranger in wielding physical ranged weapons, and we are going to use the new floating daggers. These act like a crossbow, but have a chance to inflicting bleeding as well. I don't know how it's going to go, but Remornia, Sire Denathrius' great sword, is sentient and kind of flies around on its own, so it is perfectly lore accurate for him to have floating daggers, and I thought it'd be fun. We'll give it a shot. Someone actually recommended it, but I didn't want to be a ranger, and now I can use it without being a ranger. It's perfect. Here are our Venthyr, the Venthyr of Remornia. They have the new undead Rose Horse. There's also just a regular undead horse. we'll see that as well in the campaign. Most likely. And yeah, I try to make him tiny. I really like this outfit for him. There's not many... Oh, also, the customization mod half works and half doesn't. Should I show it? Yeah, I can. If you do a non-vampire customization with the Elder Vampire, the body just gone. Oh, that wasn't it. There we go. So yeah, you can see the different customization options here. This one might actually work for like a lounging Denathrius, but no, we're going to go with the formal attire is most appropriate for Denathrius. And also, all of these accessories just don't function. Hopefully, when the mod gets updated for release, they'll be able to do something. But for now, this is what we're working with.
Your journey begins.
So here we are. We are Sire Denathrius. We have returned to lead the Venthyr of Remonia. And of course, we are re-establishing Castle Nathria. He is a fearmonger, and we're going to try and see if we can break some enemies. So, without further ado, let us return to our deep sanctum. Welcome home, children of Revendreth. We have made it, and we begin with the rite of life leeching. Ooh, this is going to be fun. And the rite of bloodletting. We get both of the magic spells from the Tome of the Blood Rite. Very cool. I'll show those off, don't you worry. So, Castle Nathria. The Elder Vampire. I have a mountain right next to me. Yay, land maps. The Elder Vampire has a great weakness. And that, of course, is the sunlight. And one way we can prevent that, of course, playing on a sunless realm helps, but we can build our own desecration chambers within any city that we capture. And you know what? Because we're playing on easy start, which I kind of meant to change to normal, but whatever. For the sake of this video, we'll keep it easy. We can just boost out, and every turn we'll be changing the terrain around us. What are our starting units? We began with a Warlock. Oh, fantastic. The Warlock is semi-unchanged from the Dark Culture previously. The Cult of Death got a new variant of it. But of course, instead of applying weakness... Oh, it can apply weakened. It can also exploit vulnerability. And this Sundered Curse can bounce, which I wasn't always certain it could, but that's fine. We got two Immortals. These are the Artists, formerly known as the Dark Warrior. And they've changed a little bit. I think they got a little more HP, but they are expendable. So when they die, they do not affect the morale of their allies, and they will come back if you are victorious. They have a lesser resurgence, so they don't come back with any movement, and they only have 10% of max HP, but they come back nevertheless. You can throw them away. That's more relevant for the Cult of Death, but keep in mind for us as well. And the Pursuer. This is the Tier 1 Archer that has remained the Tier 1 Archer, but now has Relentless Pursuit. This is a free action teleport that will reset when they get a kill on something. I think this will be very powerful. We have two Scouts as well, so we can... oh, I am boxed in. But there's a way down. We can take our Scouts to start scouting. Because we have the Keepers of Knowledge... Keepers of Secrets. We do actually have a Whispering Stone, which is nice. We also have the Blood Cultist here, who I am interested in obtaining. But of course, this is a Tier 4. Excuse me, Tier 2. So we cannot build it quite yet. Should we start with our Flesh-Carved Runes? We're going all in on the bleeding. We'll build the workshop first. I believe... Ranged. So you know what? Let's get another throwaway body. Of course, on the cast turn 1, we begin the Great March. And there's our sunless terrain. While we are not in sunless terrain, we are in sunlight. And our Elder Vampire deals 20% less damage and cannot regenerate. That's very important to note. That's why we're infecting the world with our sunless. I will fight this first battle. I've been asked in the past to fight the first battle, and you know what? I suppose it's a good way to introduce all of our units. Now, the Scouts of the Dark Culture are still little archers. They're not great by any stretch or measure of the imagination, but they are here. You know? Now, ooh, I'm fast. The Elder Vampire has a bite attack, and the starting bite attack depends entirely on what hero class you are. Now, the Spellblade is primarily a melee design class, so we do start with the melee bite. It wasn't my intention, but we do have a free race spec. I think we'll hold it for now, because there might be something I want to change. Oh. They boxed out their own unit. Very well. Perhaps we'll be showcasing our... oops, special alarm going off there. Perhaps we'll be showcasing the expendability of our units sooner rather than later. We shall sunder, and then we shall bonk. Magnifique. We can even, if we're bringing the scout here. So the way the rights work is we target one of our friendly units, and then it will do stuff around them. So the right of life leeching, which I should have used first, that didn't take long for me to say that, did it? This will deal damage to a unit, unblockable 5 physical damage, and then friendly units adjacent to it will gain strengthened and lifesteal. So if I had done that first, these warriors would have hit harder and they would have been able to heal. Or we can use the right of life leeching, not life leeching, bloodletting, to target somebody, deal 5 damage, and then they will inflict bleeding and deal damage to the enemies. I think this is going to be a very powerful and fun skill set from the Book of Blood Magic. Okay, well, good start, I think. Nom 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 nom. So the Spellblade, I think the reason why he was given access to the physical ranged weapons is because the Spellblade has a lot of talents it shares with the Ranger. And we will be making the most use of that, as much use of as we can, to benefit from the floating weapons. We have met them, okay. Baroness Phil Nitra Wobringer of the Fraser Nutgard greets you with a wily smile. Salutations, Sire Denathrius. Your reputation precedes you. I hope it would. It pleases us to meet a sire who shares in our convictions. Nevertheless, we ask you to respect Nutgard's independence. Now, because we are on city-states, they're big. On top of that, our Whispering Stone is very ineffective. But normally, as the Cult of Tyranny, you wouldn't even have a Whispering Stone. And the way you would get it is by going to war. If you defeat... wow. Huh. This is going to be fun. If you defeat a hero, they will become your Whispering Stone. I think I have to have someone in the crypt to actually show this. I do. Okay. So we are going to want to go to war with Nutgard. I can't find any of their heroes, unfortunately. I'm assuming they would have one. But maybe they don't. Oh, I was going to add... well, whatever. I was going to add the Unearthed Realm trait to this. It is what it is. That makes it so there's no diggable terrain. Let me trespass. Oh, we're not at war yet. There we go. Let me use my traits. Cool. Hopefully they come after me. That'd be nice. So we're going to feed off of Nutgard for a little bit. We are going to have to take this and then transfer this to us, because we need to expand underground. Now, the Elder Vampires, they need to be in Sunless to not be in Sunlight, but they also are not in Sunlight on top of Gloom or Underground. So an Underground culture is actually very powerful for the Elder Vampire. And we have met the snobby Solaria. Magistrate Ontilius Helio of the free city Solaria greets you with graceful hesitation. Greetings, Denathrius. In truth, we find your ways abhorrent, perhaps even disgusting, yet I must say I am intrigued. We may yet find an accord between Solaria and yourself. A path forward may prove interesting. Nope. We will not find a path forward. Well, we will find a path forward. The inescapable end is your path forward. Death. We are the eternal master of the realm. And you will show proper reverence. Okay. We'll take a raiding party, sure. We even undermine the walls. I kind of expected there to be a hero here. But that's okay, we'll take it. We have plenty of fighting ahead of us. No need for the free cities to get in our way. Will the Bone Wyvern join us? Now, on the Sunless Realm, I cannot believe we already found this. This is the new landmark. We'll take a look at it. I'm going to hold this because we aren't fighting any heroes, but we do want that as quickly as possible. So, the Tangle Stream Pulse landmark. Provinces adjacent to this landmark gain +5 food and +5 mana. A farm in this province grants +5 knowledge additional income. A city with 3 provinces adjacent to this landmark gain. The city terraforms 1 province on the surface within a 5-province radius of its domain per turn. Wow. The terraformed province gains Sunless and loses Gloom. There's no Gloom in this one. The city's empire gains the Parasitic Contamination combat enchantment when fighting in a province with Sunless. Any province with Sunless? Immune with bleeding have a 6% chance of suffering blood parasite. This is the new elevated form, I guess, of bleeding. It is bleeding, but it can inflict bleeding on people who are immune to bleeding. So undead, constructs, elementals, celestials, all that crap can now blood parasite, and then you could put bleeding on top of it, keep stacking it. And upon their death, it spawns a blood maggot. Which I suppose there were something like that. Right? Blood maggots. They were called, this is a forester. I hate to build on not something without a thing, but we boost. They're devourers, right? They were not good. They weren't really aligned to anybody. We got our first minor racial transformation. Carve profane sigils onto the flesh of your race, granting them +5 hit point regeneration on the world map. Very important for us. Attack and debuff abilities. Ignore 1 stage resistance per stack of bleeding on the target. And we can now... This is a special tool that will help us later. We can now work on getting the Blood Cultists. We don't have enough mana for that. So I probably shouldn't spend it on spells. But, Magistrate Ontilius Helio of Solaria seems desperate. Noble Sire Denathrius, I am ruined. I have gotten myself and my people into debt. My treasury lies empty, and my former benefactors are out for my blood. They have taken members of my family hostage, making threats of mutilation and death. I plead for your support, and, would be forever grateful. Well, there is a hero here. So this is of our own Couture, so we can just straight up absorb it. I hate losing 150 knowledge, but I think we need to keep the Imperium for now and go from there. Should I do a quick manual battle? Because this episode is going to be, this is a single, the mini campaign, 1 episode sort of thing. This is going to be quite long. So I will edit out a lot of the pointless fights or the moments of a whole lot of nothing happening. But make sure you've grabbed some popcorn and grab yourself a drink. Because we're going to be here for a while. I believe these usually edit down to like 3.5 hours. If you're curious. I don't know why you decided to move up like that, but I'm not going to oppose it. I think... I think we'll just get rid of this guy. I probably shouldn't cast spells. But I want Strengthened. But I wanna... I mean, if you're gonna come at me, I'm okay with it. What if we just wait? Okay. Yeah, we, not overly potent yet, but we'll get there. I hope, anyway. I might have to read the text carefully. If she just comes at me one at a time, I'll be perfectly satisfied. Oh no, my immortal. Okay. Bunk. Raise. Oh yeah, so the Baneful Curse, which is what she's casting, somehow, I don't have it, is it now inflicts misfortune and weakened. So, it is slightly more powerful than it was in, like, preventing damage. Well, okay. We'll just protect the rear here. We can still shank people with the quick stab if we need to. Oh, look at him. He positioned to protect his fair lady. No respect. We do have the Aura of Tyranny that we're inflicting, which I think is just... Yep, adjacent enemies have -1 stage resist. Nothing too crazy here. Not too shabby. Here's our little teleport. By getting that kill, we have reset it. Of course, we can't do it again, but... We can't act again this turn, but if we could... And that is a foe that flees. Now, by defeating the hero, we have... Or she has entered our prison. And you can see this new UI will, like, sort your prisoners based on who they belong to. This is mostly relevant for the Cult of Tyranny, but I suppose it could help if you needed to... I'm not sure. If you needed to send them to someone else to get them to like you or something. More information is more good when making choices. It's kind of just the long and the short of it. So we're going to go ahead and absorb this as our second city while we continue to explore. Here is the new Bronze Wonder. Okay, so we kind of want to make our way over here. We could have Solaria as our second city. We are going to be able to get one of my favorite traits. The Metropolitan Society. Oh, this is sunless. No matter. But Sire Denathrius has leveled up. So... Here is our skill tree. Over here on the left is the Vampiric skill tree. This is what you and all of your heroes are going to have. Unless you work around it with animation. As mentioned, we start with the melee bite. I do think I'm going to turn this into the ranged bite in time. But there is something... Oh. That's unfortunate. So one thing I was curious about with the wording here was Spellblade increases melee and magic attacks by 10%. We, of course, are using a weapon that is not melee. So for us, this is just magic attack plus 10%. I could, of course, always make a, melee weapon. But I was thinking, because I believe, are both of these magic or just this one? Well... Melee and magic, this would buff both of these. So our bites are going to be getting buffed, and our spells from the signature skills are going to be getting buffed through Spellblade. I was like, oh, we can use that and the dagger. And of course, if we get skirmisher training, we can never really be tied up while we're running around with our little crossbow weapon. So, that's kind of the plan. Deal unblockable damage to target friendly. So we deal 20 damage to a friend, free action, and then we heal for 20 temporary hit points and gain strengthens. I think I definitely want to get Siphon Blood. Are we just resetting now and just going with it? Kind of into it. Yeah, the tree really doesn't support physical range at all. But never stopped me before, right? So we have 2 points. We do. So we're going to grab Siphon Blood. This is a ranged version of the bite. We can use this to deal damage if we heal a little bit from it. We cannot target people who are immune to bleeding, which could be unfortunate. We'll see. We'll find out. And I think we kind of want to go this way, so we now have a chance to stun, because this is the domination. This is where things get really spicy. I don't believe Denathrius did too much domination. Most of his domination was just through, like, convincing. He was very convincing. We have a prisoner. Now, this isn't going to do much for us, so we might be able to execute her first ability, because the free city she belonged to is dead. And you can notice this UI is new. The boost for population's over here now. It took me a second to adjust to this, but in the end, I think I like it, because it has more expandability, and you'll see what I mean in hopefully the near future. I did use some magic in that fight, so we're going to have to wait a hot second. And there is our first opponent, which means we've met both of them. Everyone, say hello to Nathrezim, who leads the army of the lights. You can do it, game. I believe in you. Uh-oh. The army of the light. I got to use Celestias. Or Elysians. One day I'll get it right. Ever since... I have to read this in Denathrius' voice. I'll do my best. Ever since I suffered the indignity of the Naru's invasion and permanent scarring of Revendreth, I have vowed that one day I would place an agent within the army of light. Regrettably, the Prime Naru's ability to read my children's soul far exceeded my expectations. However, there was always a method for the infinitely patient. Within the Legion, poor Nathrezim was isolated and abandoned by his fellow dreadlords, destined to cross paths with an overly inquisitive and good-natured ethereal. This Locust Walker would inadvertently lead this forsaken soul to Zira for redemption. As a Nathrezim, Nathrezim has sensed my minor setback. As a true zealot of the light, he has brought a battalion to end my so-called evil. Little does he know, he has fulfilled his purpose by bringing me an army. So Nathrezim is the only Nathrezim that has joined the light. Again, I briefly mentioned the Nathrezim spread out across the cosmos to infiltrate organizations, but they could never really infiltrate the light because the Naru, who led the light, could literally read a person's soul. So any, like, subterfuge, sneaky deception would instantly be caught out. So, Nathrezim was, like, quite literally... Well, actually, we don't know if Nathrezim is truly the commander of the light, or if he is actually slightly still loyal to Denathrius. There is a hint that he is, but it also is, like, conflicting. Anyway, he looks really cool in game, so that's all that really matters. And he is a high commander of the Army of the Light. I didn't bring Illyria or Turalian with him, because they're kind of really busy in the lore. And the game is, or the mod that lets me do that's kind of broken. So, this is the Army of Light, the Elysians. They have inner radiance, defensive tactics, and adaptability. They are also high culture. So they're going to be like as really annoying for us to fight. And that's what I wanted them to be. They're relentless crusaders and devotees of goods. Just all the good things, basically. He himself is an authoritarian diplomat. Doesn't really matter, but there it is if you are interested. Nathraxian is super cool. He played a huge role in Legion. And, yeah, great character. This is kind of the best I could do with him. You want to talk about a not great character, though? This resident pop up already. Zoval, the jailer. I had to include him. I did. Oh, of course, now I can do his first try. And I'll get into that rant in a moment. Zoval is my dear, foolish brother who pursued the forbidden path. Long ago, all the Shadowlands' Eternal Ones were required to dethrone him from his position as Arbiter. With our powers combined, we jailed him within the Maw to think about what he had done. Of course, I was most interested in the secrets of Zareth Mortis and continued his work behind the scenes. I even loosened his chains and provided him with enough anima to shatter worlds. And how was I repaid? Failure. Alas, it always pays to be prepared. I have used my gifted sigil to call his defeated spirit to Ramonia, where I shall repurpose him. Although he is once again split from his own sigil, consuming the first Arbiter should suffice for my ascension. There's a lot of lore in there, and this is part of the rant. I'll try and contain myself. The Jailer was the big bad enemy of the Shadowlands. And unfortunately, to make him appear big and bad cosmic threat level stuff, they kind of retconned a whole bunch of stuff. And I didn't like that, and I wasn't alone in not liking that. In fact, they had to go back and retcon even more of it recently to try and make the Shadowlands kind of work with the rest of the lore. So if you also hated the idea of the first ones, congratulations, they've been retconned. They aren't real. But yeah, he was the Arbiter, which is kind of like the leader of the afterlife. He like determined where all the souls went. He went bad, and then they imprisoned him. And Denathrius gave his sigil to him so he could break free, but Denathrius' sigil was never recovered. Revendreth had to make a new one. So that was kind of like the lore for how I pulled, or how Denathrius pulled Zoval here to punch him in the face, because I want to punch him in the face. Oh, he leads the Wisp of Torghast, the worst zone ever Contain myself. They are Dark Culture, the Cult of Death, because we had to fight the other one, didn't we? Science of Evil and Ritual Cannibals, and they are strong, resistant, defensive tactic, and they have weak constitution. We're both undead, and we both have a negative trait, a flaw. So he's also a Giant King, so that could be really spooky. And Nathraxian's a vampire because I made him a Battle Saint, because that perfectly makes sense. He's actually a Protection Paladin in game. Okay, I'm finally healing. And someone pointed out that Battle Saint's actually not bad if you have other, like, supporting stuff. Which makes sense to me. Like, as long as you aren't relying on it to be your primary effectives. I don't even know where I met them. Oh. Oh. Okay. Like, as long as you're relying on Battle Saint to be your primary form of doing anything, really, then it should be good. We get our Minor Transformation going. So I'm going to see if he can actually make use of the Elder Vampire stuff. He shouldn't... Did you step on this? I think you did. Okay, you can stand there. Just don't come don't come interfere with this. I'm busy. I'm busy, Zoval. But yeah, fun thing about Denathrius is that... Hello. I mentioned he's in the box of open if out of ideas, which he is. But Initially, the plan for Denathrius was for him to die in the Castle Nathria raid, which was, by the way, the last raid that I took seriously in World of Warcraft. I ahead of the curve in it all. It was a great raid. I kind of liked it. But Blizzard meant for that to be like the end of Denathrius. But the community liked him, and they liked the performance of his voice actor so much that they kept him alive. It wasn't exactly the end, but basically the Nathrezim come back to Revendreth and rescue him from his fate. After he's defeated, he gets sealed within his blade Remornia, and they come and steal it. That's kind of spooky, but I think we can take it. Hello. You know, I might have been able to step on that. Hello, Zoval. Goodbye, Zoval. Okay. Very nice, very nice. Blood Cultist is in. We want this. I want this too. Eventually. We're going to have mostly cultural units, I think. So, I'm sure that the Cult of Tyranny, the Mark of Tyranny would be that important, but it's always important. Always a good idea to get your expanding my culture units. You consult your advisor on your war strategy against Zoval the Jailer. My plan is to punch him, and then vent my anger on him and punch him some more. When the Magistrate of Solaria requests an audience, Ontilius Helio greets you formally. I will keep this brief, O sire, for I know you have Castle Nathria's sons to slay. What carnage you inflict on your warriors is your own business, yet when innocents suffer, we cannot abide. Thus, while we will not help your force in this war against Zoval the Jailer, we selflessly offer your people relief. Your citizens in Castle Nathria clearly suffer the most from this war. What resources can we send to them? Oh. This is odd. Huh. Do I just 50-50 this? No, I'm gonna take the food. I'm not gonna lie, I thought that couldn't... I thought you couldn't get that. This is a Forester. So we're gonna transfer this to Castle Nathria. We're transferring it to Castle Nathria so that Castle Nathria can expand downward. It's our capital city, we need to be able to expand. Just because we're caught. Am I already building a research post? No, we're building a farm. Oh! Oh! Hold on. Scout? That is an Archon. Scout! Scout, 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 scout. I have something important for you to do. Alright, well, thank you for the food. I appreciate it. Now you may be asking yourself, Fabe, why are you not vassalizing them? You said Vassal Swarm is good with this culture. It is great with this culture. But these are going to be our cities. And then we'll go from there. So the Vinthir of Remornia are going to get the flesh-carved runes. So there's someone missing from this screen that would normally be here. Well, I guess only champions and Wizard Kings. The Elder Vampires cannot benefit from transformations, minor or major. Actually, vampires in general cannot benefit from it. Meaning, look at these beautiful characters. something is suspicious. I've had mods breaking a bunch with the customization. I don't think they were entirely right. Which means when you recruit a hero and they embrace vampirism, they will no longer be affected by your culture's transformations. New ones that are applied. However, any they had before you recruited them and turned them into a vampire, they will still have those. So, for our characters who are all Nathrezim, I want to wait until we get a specific minor transformation. Which means we either go hero-less or we get another hero from our Pantheon to join us. I mean, I could just also take them, but the Dreadlords have goat hooves, and I didn't want to make them goats, so we're going to have to get that transformation to be as maximally accurate as possible. I told you, I try. It may... I saw that. It may not always look like it, but I try. I try so hard. Okay, so Castle Nathria has this. It can now expand underground. Newtgarts is going to be expanding outward, away from Castle Nathria. And it needs a forester. Okay. How much does it take? I'm going to give it away if I show, though. Well, let's get the city first. I think it's at least going to be 100. It could be 200. We have the Blood Drinking Blades, the Sanguine Focus. There's the Baneful Curse. This will give our Battle Mage and support units. Now, as a Dark Culture, we don't have this one. This doesn't exist. But we will have plenty of Battle Mages. I don't know about plenty. We'll have a couple. But they'll deal +1 physical damage and a chance to inflict bleed. Again, we are all about the bleeding life. We're not going to wait for this. We're going to go. Are we still not waiting for it? We're not waiting for it. We're going. We're going in. We're taking it over. Now, I suppose I can talk a little bit about the hostage system while we're getting ready to murder another free city. The way it works is that you will always get one hero as a prisoner to be a hostage. Even if you peacefully acquire this vassal, you will still get one. Oh. Do you have hideous stench? That's gross. You will still get a hostage. What's important to note is that you can get more hostages. But only that first one counts for the Whispering Stone. Only that first one is needed for the Whispering Stone. How much is this? Everyone after that will provide you with a bonus. You just hit this guy and run it down this way. Everyone after that will provide you with bonuses towards the allegiance. Towards allegiance. It does kill that. But I like this. We'll see. Of course, I probably should have done that earlier because now we don't have lifesteal, but we'll see. Maybe we'll be fine. Maybe we won't be. Good heal. Oh, Blood Parasite. So there's the maggot. Ideally, we don't have to deal with this for long. I think now we bloodlet. We could... This'll do. Get on the spellcaster. The short spellcaster. So we can teleport over here and kill this from the rear. Then you want to get on this. We're flanking, so we are not... Gonna get retaliated. Beautiful. Eat and delete. It'd be really cool if you had a... sprint already, but that's okay. We'll get there. That is a dead blood wyvern. Oh! Oh no. So the way the maggots work is they can consume corpses. And they get stronger for every corpse they consume. On top of that, can you get in there? Not really. They explode on their death, which is certainly annoying. Like that. Pretty cool visual effects, honestly. Okay. Well, we're gonna go in. Ooh. Not life leeching, we're gonna do bloodletting. Okay. Well, a high culture that's all in on the darkness. It's kind of cool. Now, the only thing we have going for us... Oh. And trust me, I'm aware of it. Is that there is now only one real unit on the board. And it's that. Well, I guess this too. So... Sire Denathrius might fall. But... you know... death is temporary. Not life leeching. Be it first strike, yeah. You know, I should not have switched this to not melee. He'd be alive right now. Okay. I'm sorry, my sire. He ate my corpse. Alright, well. That was terrifying. And the power of the blood maggot. My sire! I am sorry. But we shall seize control of this land in your name. Okay. Can be back. Don't worry. What does death really mean to somebody who has mastered it? Yes, we've captured her, but, Not going to be relevant for long. We need walls, and then we'll get the desecration chamber. You are getting the stonemason, and then we will get to tier 2. And then we can talk about the wizard tower. Which is totally not a wizard tower. I guess we should explore what's back here. Okay. Nothing that exciting. Ooh. Okay, so see, this city we can try and do some vassal swarm stuff going on. The deluded Yartiv. Count Havrobot of the Fraserty Vartiv looks at you disgusted. How could you be so evil? How could you sleep whilst those before you cower in fear? I may not have a chance of defeating you, but I have a responsibility to all the people on this realm to stand up to you. With the combined forces of good, bring your evil reign to an end. Oh, he doesn't know. The Sanctum of Domination. So the Jailer is a more traditional undead build. Well, that's a lot of units he's already got. Wait, did he have a, is that who I thought it was? Nope. I did make a custom hero for Zaval. I made 2, actually. I tried doing that thing that I was doing with Gaius, where I was like changing their race. And you can do it with a C4U mod, but it kept resetting. It was very annoying. Get a research post. Oh, we can queue it up already. So this is the Vampire Castle. This replaces the Wizard Tower. And it's kind of the same across all the different cultures. It builds on top of the city to try and demonstrate the, like, control of the Elder Vampire. Which is pretty cool. We have 106. Let's see how much it is. So there's one hero from our Pantheon that makes sense for this. 400? 400? The Venthyr of Remonia Council sends their chief deputy to meet with you. Request. To meet you with a request. The deputy bows deeply before she speaks. If the Venthyr of Remonia are to be victorious in this realm, we need to grow our borders, expand our cities, feed our people. In order to do so, your council proposes to claim more farmland. Your empire will grow, and your people will be grateful. I love farms. Also, the name of the city didn't change. This one did. That's odd. Huh. So this is now... This one is Sinstone. I guess we can call this Sinfall. The purpose... So, in the Shadowlands, all of the different realms had a purpose. And Revendreth was where the most prideful and arrogant souls were sent. And they were sent for redemption, to repent their sins. And believe it or not, that's a lot of conduits. Denathrius used to be known as the Redeemer. It was his duty, his purpose, to redeem those lost souls. And he has returned to us. Now, I don't know if it's just heroes that can interact. This is a lost soul. It does require a hero. Okay. Hopefully, it's not a combat. That would be very unfortunate. I'm sorry, Sinfall. You're kind of stuck here. Should we try and go reunite with our Lord? Probably. Look how much replenishment we have. So this is Bloodglass. This is a new magical material. In the item forge, it unlocks blood magic, summoning undead, the ability to inflict torment, which we will make plenty of use of this playthrough, and the blood parasite. Its unique effect is that units gain plus 5 hit point regeneration per world map turn. That explains why they were healing so much. Now, all of our melee units are going to deal +1 physical damage, and when striking unit with bleeding, heal for 2 temporary hit points. That is on top of the 10 temporary hit points they're healing from exploit status vulnerability. Also, this has forced, not forced, but they have kind of changed how the magic material collection works because they now have a 4th ore. Now, and for the future, it is just 3 of whatever these are. So they can further expand liquids and plants and all that stuff. Am I really waiting? That seems so ill-advised. I guess so. We are now very evil. Which makes sense. We kind of are. I mean, I love the mana. I love the mana. I really do. But, we need... I'd prefer research, honestly. Okay. Let's see if we can meet with this thing. So this is a lost soul. A spirit appears before you, babbling and flailing in a fury. Her voice rises into a bittering rant. Cursed be he. May his schemes fester and poison his own blood. May his bile burn him from within. He wanted me dead, for he coveted my kingdom, and now I am dead, and my kingdom is his. Know this, the one who reigns in Vathrib is no rightful ruler. I will not depart this world until I have had my revenge. It seems the former monarch of Vathrib lingers, demanding vengeance against the usurper of her throne. So those souls are kind of just lingering about, and they often want revenge of some kinds. As a master of redemption, I would be happy to go get it for you. Oh, look, we get our tier 2 units from here, and we'll be able to get it from our capital soon as well. We can unite with the Sire, and then we can go bunk this, and we can see what's cooking. I don't want to expand because I want to expand here. But maybe that's silly and I should just build here. When you approach the angel's body... Oh, wherever this is... That sucks. Wow. All of this is bad. Well met, wayfarer. What you see at your feet is my body, which could not bear the hardship of my imprisonment. But now my eternal soul is free. Your actions have brought peace to this unfortunate angel. Allow me to bestow upon you a parting gift. Now, normally, I would click this in a heartbeat, so I'm still going to do that. That was found by one of our scouts, so there was really no point in... you know, getting XP. But I did it anyway, because Denathrius would totally siphon an angel's soul. Alright. Interesting. This being our territory takes precedence over anything else. Now, unfortunately, we are not in Sunless, so we are not healing on the Elder Vampire, but it is what it is. It is time for our second Tier 1 Tome. Remember what I said we're going all in on bleeding? We're going all in on bleeding. It's time for the Tome of Rock.
Earth. Rock. The very foundation of the world beneath our feet. Embrace it. Harness it. Use its solidity for both protection and pain. Call forth minions of stone and turn your own skin into the hardest rock.
Blint the Underminer, first protector of Mulman. Blint's not here today. I know some people will enjoy that. We're pretty much here for this. Now, there are gargoyles in Revendreth. In fact, there's like a whole... It's not really a race, but there are the Stone Rot that are bigger gargoyles than this. That are basically like a dumb version of the Nathrezim. Alright, so tier 2, we have, of course, the Warlock that we have seen, and we also have our Tyrant Guard. This is our Spear Boy, the artist formerly known as the Night Guard, and he is much better. In fact, do I want to make that bold claim? He could be the best tier 2 spearman in the game. Feels like a bold claim. The Cult of Death one is also very good. This one has the Armor of Contempt. So for every debuff on an enemy, when they attack the Tyrant Guard will gain +1 defense and +1 resistance against that attacker. And it is each stack of the debuff. So an enemy with 5 stacks of bleed would give full Armor of Contempt. It doesn't be 5 different debuffs. On top of that, he also has a chance to inflict immobilization. So he can actually hold units in place as he stabs them. And of course, he also has the Aura of Tyranny. So I think he's a very, very strong polearm. And of course, we have the Blood Cultist that we researched. This is the Battle Mage from the Tome of Bloodletting. It has the physical damage repeating bolt that deals bonus damage per bleeding stack on the target. Fun fact, this had to be slightly nerfed since the early versions of that they were showing off. The Scarlet Plague is a full action, 20 damage, 6 range. This will give an enemy 2 Blood Parasite, which means any bleeding on it will be converted to Blood Parasite, and any future bleeding will cause a Blood Parasite. So we can use this to fight undead, fight constructs, even if we have no other way of forming Blood Parasites. I want both of those things. We'll start the new one. Sinfall is expanding. Okay. I guess you can go here. We're going to deal with this Ritual Circle in time. Need more money. And I want this too. There's so much to do. We might have to, we might have to delete Zoval sooner rather than later. Which is fine. I can go on my rants. Ooh, you killed my pursuer. Let it go. The Ring of Vampirism. Lifesteal. I did turn off a number of my mods for this. Just because, you know, I'm on an early build still. I only have the cosmetic mods, which mostly functioned. Oh, hey, I could have done this first, too. Oh, well, it's only one Warlock. It wouldn't make that much of a big of a difference, but our magical attacks gain +1 physical damage and have a chance to inflict bleeding. Very cool animation there on the hands. That's new. This is old. This is new. Okay. And you may have noticed the Dark Culture can actually build taverns now. The Dark Culture has lost the passive, or not passive, but the ability to prevent provinces from breaking off. So we don't really want to be in poor city stability if we can help it. We're just like every other culture now where we can actually do stuff about that. Which is nice. Your production is to make me money. We have a new SPI as well. The Dark Forge. I think this is an improvement to the previous Dark Forge, but maybe that's just me. It now gives 10 gold and +5 production per adjacent quarry, mine, or forester. It used to give like 7 gold and then would give draft per mine or something. Oh. Denathrius just sighed in our ears. Now see, this is a city we could vassalize. I would love to enslave the jailer. Oh. 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 Astrologers warn you that the sun inches towards your world. Every hour, the fiery orb in the heaven seems larger. They suspect Yaka, or one of his overconfident acolytes, is performing an improvised ritual. Global temperatures rise until a flashpoint is reached. Volcanoes violently appear across the world, burning lush lands and renewable resources. Volcanic blaze and ruin wreak havoc in your realm. Can you and your armies withstand the heat? Provinces turn into desolate around the world. Volcanic eruptions are active in combat. Great! Each turn in combat, 1 of 3 markers are placed. Then after 1 turn, the ground will erupt, and units within 1 range of the marker will suffer. physical damage and 10 fire damage. Random factor hexes will gain on fire. Okay. We will lose this. We must away. I can't believe I've done this, team. Well, I kind of can. We're going to get the foundation going right away for the Vampire Castle so we can get our Imperium growing, because I'm about to spend it recklessly. You can build an Immortal as well. Okay. Will Zoval just go in? He appears interested in going in. What if we retreat to Castle Nathria? I do want to expand down there, but I suppose we can get gold first. I never showed you what? Also, the Blood Altar is the SPI from the Tome. This gives us draft, so we probably do want this. Also, it gives us mana when we're victorious, and I think that's just globally out of victorious. But we are an Elder Vampire Governor. So, we're not doing a lot towards increasing our renown, but hopefully we'll get there. Each population grants +1 food, +1 draft, and +1 knowledge, which is fantastic. And then at tier 2, acquiring new population and thralls requires train less percent food. At level 3, each mine grants +2 Imperium, so we do want to be like a merchant's guild sort of thing eventually. And at the final level, units cost 20% less gold, draft, and souls to recruit. The Elder Vampire is a pretty good governor, as it turns out. Well, Zoval's coming. We actually might be able to fight him. Eventually. Oh, we can go straight into the chambers? Really? I don't think we want to, though. I think we want to get a tavern. Okay, so we have... See, the problem with fighting Zoval right now is that you have an assassin. He is a Deathstalker. Zoval is a Giant King. And the Giant King is stronger than the Elder Vampire. At least baseline. Oh, there's the Maw. The Maw is not very far from me at all. So I think we're going to have to try and bait him. Which, I don't really want to be employing these tactics already, but I mean, we're kind of there. Alright, Zoval, come at me. Obsidian Weapons is in... We shall get tyrannical exploitation. So, when it comes to the free cities, when you get a bunch of vassals, and you get them to their highest possible level, you can exploit them. I mean, honestly, you can do this at any point, but you probably want to wait until they're Supreme Vassal. This means they no longer gain new levels of allegiance, but vassal income is increased by 20% for each point of allegiance income instead. That's why it's probably a good idea to get a whole bunch of hostages to get lots and lots of growth. And I think I'll try and do that with Votriv once we're, you know, out of this problem. We'll get to the Obsidian Weapons going. Okay, I was going to make a foolish statement. I was going to say, at least it's not him and... Oh. Okay. At least he and Nathrezim are attacking me at the same time, which they're not, but it wouldn't surprise me to see them begin. I want a Tyrant Garn. And we can finally recruit our second hero. We're going to get Kel'Thuzad. So the reason why we're going to get Kel'Thuzad, remember when I said... Does this help you? This doesn't really help either of them, but we'll give it to him for now. Remember when I said that they retconned a bunch of stuff? Kel'Thuzad was one of those characters. The Jailer was like a big bad guy and was the mastermind behind the Lich King, which is one of the community's favorite characters, mine included. And people weren't really into that. And so Kel'Thuzad was there. Actually, a whole bunch of characters came back, but there was like a difference between some of them. Like some of the characters, like Kael'thas, Draka, Lady Vosh, they got a life after death sort of storyline. But Kel'Thuzad, Arthas, Uther kind of got life after death too, but Kel'Thuzad and Arthas kind of got rewritten to be minions of the Jailer that continued to serve him, although Arthas' soul was like split or something. Anyway, the point is, Kel'Thuzad served the Jailer, but it was Denathrius that sent Kel'Thuzad's soul to the Jailer. So that's why Kel'Thuzad is here. And I think I have to fight this. He's a Wizard King. He has the Ascension for Deathcaller, so he's going to be able to raise skeletons to help us in this dangerous situation. What if we just wait? If I can get a Tyrant Guard out, that'd be great. I think that's going to be our priority at the moment. We can give him this. This is a Wizard Governor, so he likes having SPIs. I want to build the Blood Altar here as well. There's actually a pretty good spot for it, so we will try and do that. Obsidian weapons are in. This will make it so melee and physical range decks have +1 physical damage and have a chance to inflict bleeding. That's an interesting weapon. Oh, it went away. Alright, well. We're waiting. Let's see what the Jailer decides to do. Okay. So bad news. There's actually less of them here. I might be able to get them. I'm not sure where his other army went. Oh. Wait, where did the Deathstalker go? The Deathstalker has universal camouflage. But I'm right next to it. I should be able to see it, right? I knew it. Okay, so there's... He actually hasn't changed at all. I mean, I'm just waiting for my units, so if you wanna vibe, oops, you can. If you wanna just sit there, I'm down. Yeah, this would be a great place for the Blood Altar. I don't know if he'll let me do it, but this would give me so much drafts. Would be nice. Patience. Remember, evil is infinitely patient. Okay. He's letting me get away with this. Which is curious. I want a bathhouse, but I think we're going to get a collector, which is the unique gold building for this culture. Mechanical exploitation is in. Rock Basket should be good. We're going to get Baneful Curse. Now, the Elder Vampires have thralls just like the Eldritch Sovereigns. However, they obtain their thralls through growth. So as their capital city grows, once you've constructed the Vampire Castle, you will start getting thralls. You can also... They just, like, don't feel like healing. What if I just go take this? Thoughts? Okay, we have loads of things we can get now. We're getting roads. We're going to get the extraction. So, you know. I'm just going to build a road. And get over it. Oh, it's a scout. Okay, thank you. The abattoir. We'll build the abattoir. I enjoy saying it. The Vampire Castle gives you pretty much the same structures as the Wizard Tower. However, they all have a slightly new purpose. The abattoir, we get knowledge per hero in our prison, which is fantastic for our culture. We can convert heroes in the prison, but we can also eat them, which is what we're going to end up doing. Because we're going down the tree so fast, we might wait, though, for this. This is disgusting with it. So I think we're going to want to try. My domain's on fire, but if he doesn't watch himself, he's going to lose, too. Yeah, you're stuck here. Sorry, bud. Is this his domain? It is. Okay. He never cleared that. That's tilting. I mean, as long as Castle Nathria is fine, we should be good. Am I really going to go for the chambers already? Like I said, we need this. Reaver, get a blood cultist up. Oh no! I'm so sorry, Tyrant Guard. That's odd. That's unfortunate. Baneful Curse is in. I think we get the Mark of Tyranny. There's a food shortage. I wonder why. I couldn't tell you why, team. Yeah, there's a lot there. Okay. But... okay. You notice that the days become cooler again, as the sun finally abates its encroachment on your world. The flaming chaos withdraws as the sun reclaims its usual position in the cosmos. Its warmth is once again comforting instead of scorching, if the devastation that the sun caused leaves a smoldering mark upon your lands. Will you invest in the restoration of your lands, or do you suffer the desolation to gain other boons? I will conquer this realm regardless of any wasteland within my domain. Cool. Not sure why that was the only option, but... excuse me. The AI has done a great job of staying together. But I think I can make it back here. Or make it here first. Oh, hey, there's one of the heroes. Okay, we are outnumbered by a lot. Garrosh Hellscream was once a hero of the Horde, but his vision of the Horde's golden age fell short of the diplomatic reality it found itself in when he ascended as war chief. In his attempt to recreate his true Horde, he had committed unspeakable acts across two separate timelines. Whoops, typo there. Upon his death, he was sentenced to Revendreth to repent, but his unbreakable soul made its way to the Maw to power the most foul of Marsorn machinery. In the end, he sacrificed his very being to slay his torturer for the glory of the Horde. This is merely a wisp of Garrosh Hellscream, a testament to his enduring rage and pride. So Garrosh, there's a lot of lore with Garrosh, but Garrosh is one of the very important characters who got a little bit more of a story in the Shadowlands. And it was really cool. I think that was what people really enjoyed the most about... We'll build a hut here and see what comes in. Which is the Sanctum of Domination, right? The raid that he was in. The Sanctum of Domination, because he was basically... Anima was being siphoned out of him to power one of the bosses. And who was otherwise, like, immune or invincible or some crap. And we want this. And basically when the players had destroyed... I'm going to take that. And we're going to want to take it. When the players had dealt enough damage, he broke free, and he screamed for the Horde, and just blew up on the invulnerable boss. It was really fun. The founder of Porticus steps up with one fist against his chest and speaks on behalf of the free city. Step no further, he commands with an outstretched hand. We, architects of the burly constructors, shall not invite ruin upon our domain. I, founder Werk Denathrius, bid you state your purpose, or leave us to our works. Okay. Oh, this is over here. They're good 82 shoes, right? They're neutral. Okay. My excuse for playing so scared? No, they're going back to it. Oh, he's actually going to take Sinstone. Shiitake mushrooms. Oh, hey. You could be helpful. An advisor reports that a mystical seer set up shop east of Castle Nathria, offering knowledge of faraway territories and rulers. He visits you the same day. I still secret, sire. I know much about this realm and its denizens, and what little I know not, I divine. Your advisor then leans in and whispers, it is worth noting that he keeps the same information on you and yours for your rivals to exploit. The seer ogre presents an innocuous smile. Cool. So this is one of the 3 merchants. Nothing is new here. Oh, hold on. I need knowledge. Oh, finally. It is time to pick our first tier 2 tome. There is no new tome at tier 2. There is a tier 3. Don't misspeak. Tier 2 has no new tome, so we're going to be grabbing some old ones, and we're starting with the Tome of Revelry and the minor enchantment transformation that will let me recruit my heroes.
Nothing instills more doubt in an enemy than a foe who revels in battle. The warriors who feast upon the carnage, they are the ultimate victors of war, no matter the outcome. Take glory in the fray, and care not who wins.
Say hello to our one and only support unit, the Scald, my waifu. But it's going to be a while before we can get her. So I'm going to lock Bloodfire Weapons, which did receive a slight rework for this patch. This is now an enchantment for melee attacks that grant +2 physical damage on attack, and on kill, adjacent enemies to the target gain 2 bleeding. I do think this is slightly weaker, but it's more synergistic with all the bleeding crap going on. What we're really here for is Reveler's Heart. This will allow us to gain 50% morale bonuses from all sources, and we can visit our Seer Ogre and gain 400 knowledge for 300 mana, which will move this along, cutting it down over in half. And then we will be casting this kind of as soon as possible. This would be a great place for the Blood Altar. We really need the production. Like, we need to pump an army. Or even just going to bring our scout to help us out. It's bad, team. We are not in a great spot. I don't even need to cast this right now. I need to get here before this becomes friendly territory for him. preferably. There's a hero in there. It's camouflaged. It's a Vulcan Annex. There's a Forester for you. We'll hand over you. Get a tavern going. Okay. We're doing what we can. I'm going to have to take a disadvantageous fight before he heals up. Oh, he is healing. He is kind of split, though. I'm assuming the... Fantastic. Oh, the AI is such a fool. Oh, okay. I want to do this personally. I want to shank this. So they did nerf. This is the Deathstalker, which is the tier 3 unit for the Cult of Death. Again, we will get a very intimate look at the Cult of Death for the series beginning this weekend, this coming weekend. But our first look at it was a rather overtuned variant that has been nerfed. So if you were like me and you feared the potential of that monstrosity, worry not, it has been brought down. I see that wasn't fixed. So that is Death Waltz. Death Waltz is a cultural spell for the Cult of Death. And it will fully heal the unit that you cast it on and restore all of its actions. However, that unit will die at the end of the turn. So, yeah. The AI thought it was healing its own unit, but it was actually, you know, sentencing it to death. Which worked out for me. I believe the devs did see that in one of the dev streams. And said that they had to fix that, but of course... Man, this Blood Altar never got done. Alright. There is a hero here. We have it, right? We have the thing. Free knowledge, yes indeedy. Also Force March. Sure, that'll do. Wallbreaker of the Shepherd. There is a really fun idea that I have for animals. An animal vampire, but that wasn't Denathrius' thing. Alright, here comes the Reveler's Heart. Once we get this in, I will be able to get my heroes. I mean, I could get them now, but I'm being stubborn. Alright, finally, Denathrius is level 4. This, of course, unlocks our first signature skill. The Elder Vampire has unique signature skills. The turned vampires do not get access to these. This is just for the Elder Vampire. And these are all based on different themes of what a vampire could be. So we have the Hemomancer. Sustain unblockable damage equal to 10% of your maximum HP. Your next attack this turn deals plus 50% damage. And recover 10 temporary hit points when killing a unit with a magic, melee, or physical ranged attack. We are probably going to go Hemomancer, but let's keep looking. Night Swarm. Bat Swarm. This is a free action. Adjacent enemy units sustain damage. Have a base 9% chance of becoming blind. Slight vulnerability. Lifesteal. It is debuff melee. Okay. At the start of creature, conjure a Doombat. Start of combat, conjure a Doombat. Okay. Dreadful. Target enemy unit gains 2 torment, loses status vulnerability, and loses to morale. We might actually want this. Tyrant. Oh, yeah, we're going Dreadful. Hemomancer's cool and all, but we're Tyrant. Then there is Desecrator. Desecrator. Leave one. Oh, leave one. I can't do this, right? Leave 1 AP magic damage. Target corpse explodes, and all enemy units in a 2-hex radius from it sustain disease, decay, extra vulnerability, lifesteal. That sounds so cool. Start of combat conjure zombie. I might do this for Vladdy, Because I want him to be very heavy Necromancer. I think I'm going to go Dreadful. This will make it so our dagger is going to cause 8 morale loss every swing. This will also give us access to Soul Draining Strikes and the Shield of Faith. This is not a great use of our point right now. So we're going to grab the Mesmerizing Drain. Blood Drain now has a chance to dominate instead of mind control, so we can get them at the end of combat. Actually, we don't want that yet. We can get that later. I think we can ignore most of this for now, actually. We probably want to start going down the Spellblade tree. So, unfortunately, this doesn't do anything for us. What is that? Okay, I think we're going to ignore the Spellblade 1. We'll get Spellblade 2 and Spellblade's Expertise. Okay, so we're going to grab Arcane Skirmisher and a Frontline Fighter. Not overly relevant for us, but make use of it. Siegebreaker. Yes, please. So yeah, the as you can see, the physical ranged weapon is not doing great for us. Okay, here we go. Vartriv. We have a hero from them. Yes, keep sending war parties. Let me capture more of your heroes. Meanwhile, we're going to chase down Zoval here. There goes Garrosh. We might need more Tyrant Guards to kill Zoval. We still can't build this. Two turns. Now that, excuse me, that is some draft. I could have a scout in this army. Okay. Now we're the one who outnumbers you, Zoval. Wait, my precious Dreadlords, wait. I think he wants to be over here. Wait, no, this, I never finished that SPI. What was that? My foolish... Sunless. Fantastic. My foolish brother, you have invaded my lands and stalled my plans for long enough. I haven't fought a Giant King in so long, but I do remember how terrifying they are. So I'm basically going to take the Tyrant Guard, and I'm going to shove him on Zoval. That's it. That's the plan. There is no other plan. That's it. That's the strat. So we do have a little bit of durability thanks to Frontline Fighter. But again, we don't want to be the one up front. Denathrius is always the one in the back, scheming the master plans, shouting out orders. You know how it is. I can't believe that can reach. Close. We can start with this, I guess. I mean, there you go. Oh, and I called him twice banished to kind of mock him. Because he was known as the banished one when his siblings banished him. And then, of course, he got killed by the players. So, twice banished. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, 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 oh. makes me that mad. Okay. Well, Baneful Curse. The new Baneful Curse is pretty good, especially for the Tyrant culture. Holy... Okay, well. Amorous Giant Kings are good. So, you may have noticed, even though we were in fast forward mode, he disappeared. There's no corpse. Wow, I thought I was playing it safe. Oh, right. So, important thing to note. Whenever we kill one of their units, he has disease on him. Whenever we kill one of their units, they are getting stronger. Oh, defensive tactics geared. I realized that as the person who built them, I shouldn't complain. Still, cute. I can't believe he one-shot. Actually, I kind of can. This is why I'm going towards HP, by the way. Okay. Alright, well, that was our turn. If I were the other spear, I could heal up pretty much all of this. Am I gonna lose? I just had that thought. Oh, I think he cleansed. I think he cleansed the blood parasite. Well, for all the mistakes that the AI made, it might not matter. I don't want to think that way, but I... What the fuck? I think it might not. 200 hit points already? Oh. Okay. Remember, I may have killed him, but did make them stronger. Slightly. We can get on the blood maggot train. Keep chasing down the enemy. Should I just start blood maggoting him? I don't know. Would we be in a better spot? You're full health again. What in the 9 hells are you? Are you bleeding? I don't think he is. Soul Overflow. Yeah, it's a pretty good spell. I kill him? So the Blood Cultists can do like their own version of Death Waltz, where they... And he has Slip Away too. Of course he does. Okay, we have slain the Tyrant Zoval. Why do you have spirit damage? Okay. Okay, forget I asked. You know, I just wanted to try something cute and use the new weapon type. Holy sweet mother of pearl. I think we're gonna be okay. I think we need to kill this hero to be okay, though. So this needs to be a melee attack. Okay, fantastic. This is 50. Of course he has the shield. Why wouldn't he have the shield? Okay. Transfer life. Got the hits. We healed up a little bit. Probably should not have taken that swing, but we tied them up. We have a lovely maggot. I should note that I think by eating my own corpses, I am not allowing their return, but... Okay. That probably shouldn't count for Mortal Blessing. Why is it even lower? I feel like every time I look at this, it's getting lower and lower. But we'll be okay. Because Scarlet Plague can't miss. Or whatever it's called, can't miss. I'm running away. Goodbye, Scouts. Goodbye, Immortal. Go away, please. What a disgusting hero that was. I mean, it's not over until it's over. But, we're off to a good start here. Well, that was crazy. Alright, well. That's why Giant Kings are horrifying. I should have given him a gimped hero class. So I gave Lothraxion the gimped hero class. Alrighty. I'm afraid to let the AI run it down here. We could press this button and let them run it down and figure it out, but we'll let it go. There's always a plus side to losing a bunch of units. In this case, it's it lightens the economy. But think about the economy. Hey, there's that. I'll take that. Honestly, I should give that to Denathrius so he doesn't get one tapped again. Blood Fairy Weapons is in Do we want the gargoyle? Rebels of Blood isn't... Yeah, I'll take Rebels of Blood, sure. New Empire Development is available. It is the Impressments. This could be good when we get skeletons. Not quite yet. Military engineering is always something we want. We might want to expand the city cap, but we'll take military engineering. This is a very unusual run for me, because I'm usually very slow to get set, like, follow-up cities, and yet we have 3 already. Vampires gain temporary hit points. So yeah, that's the special thing about the Deep Crypts. The Room of Recall is next tier. It is unchanged pretty much, but would be very important. I can't replace all of my foresters yet. What is this connecting to? I don't know. I'll build it anyway. I think it's linking to this one, which is pretty cool. I have somehow managed to stabilize the economy. The issue. You know what? No. We need more units. We could reveal a throne city. Are you serious? We are... Look how close we are. Wow. I mean, medium land map. What are you going to do? Okay. Well, I think now is a good time for me to sit back, relax, and lick my wounds. Zaval recruited the other custom character I made. This is the only other custom hero I made for Zaval. It is Sylvanas Windrunner. Sylvanas Windrunner was the Ranger General of Kel'Thalas when the young Death Knight Arthas desecrated the sacred home of the Keldori and rose her as a banshee. In her undeath, she broke the shackles of the Lich King, raised the independent Forsaken Undead, and joined the jailer Zoval to rewrite the rules of the cosmos. As they were on the cusp of victory, Sylvanas realized that Zoval's victory would simply mean another life of servitude, and so she betrayed him. With her splintered soul returned, she aided the heroes in pursuing and destroying Zoval, and now wanders the Maw to guide lost souls as penance for her many crimes. This is simply a wisp of Sylvanas Windrunner, a testament to her unyielding defiance. Sylvanas was a really, really cool character. And I think her siding with Zoval was kind of dumb. One thing that we always mocked about Shadowlands, well, it was kind of like about BFA and Shadowlands as well, was they were trying to write a story that was, as they called it, morally gray. But it didn't feel very morally gray. There were like moments where I felt like they were trying to set up something really cool. Like burning down all of... Oh, sweet. Mother of Pearl. Burning down the world tree. These necromancers can't actually do a whole lot right now. Or can they? They can't. You're ugly, but you're not Whiteborn yet. Do I dare fight without Denathrius? I mean, we can. What I don't want is I don't want them to meet up and I have to fight a 3-stack no matter what we do. So, pull back a little bit. Keep pumping out units. Get a second quarry. And expand down there. Okay. I'll get you soon. Soon, my precious. Zaval's returner is coming straight at me. To be fair, it's not like there's much else for them to do on the map. I mean, I gave them city-states to fight, but... Are they fighting them? Something stirs in your domain. Your subjects whisper of a vampire hunter that has come to end your reign. I'm a little busy. None other than Ithgem the Traveler, renowned slayer of elder vampires, has set up camp near your borders. She surely plans an incursion to drive a stake through your heart. Serendipitously, the vampire hunter has not located your shadow-wrapped territory yet, but this is likely a matter of time. Her fading disorientation presents you with an opportunity to hunt the hunter. The camp of the vampire hunter and her entourage is located east of Castle Nathria. Vanquish her, lest they beset you. Blocking for 5 turns is disgusting. Okay, I'm a little busy. I'd love to kill her. But we could just say I'm busy, which I am. So we're not using our thralls for anything. We're going to use them to get rid of her. And then we're going to go bonk Garrosh. Attempt to, without these fools getting involved. Reveler's Heart is in. This is what I was waiting for. We now gain morale from more sources, and we have hooves. So the Nathrezim are going to be lore accurate. When we get another hero, which will be in mere moments. Okay. It looks like the Thraxian is interested in hunting me down. Okay, I was going to say. This is a risky battle. This thing is terrifying. Garrosh is probably pretty scary. Yeah. Where did you get all these items? I haven't gotten any items. The Jailer's back as well, meaning that he can actually cast spells still. Alright, here's our Blood Fury. I only have 4 turns to conquer Vartiv. That's not going to happen. I'm a little dying. This gives the blood transfer skill, right? What gives the... There's a world map spell I want. Is it this one? Yes, okay. I would love to build it, but I'm waiting for heroes now. I think I just have to fight this and get good, you know? Just to kind of take this bad fight. And hope that it doesn't go bad. What does the AI do? The AI does very well. See if we can do a little better. I don't know if we'll be able to. I'm not sure what the point of contention would be for the AI. Like, maybe Garrosh just charged something and succeeded. But we're going to play it tactically. Oh, something amusing we can talk about. Go back. These are rose vines. They are creeping. This is a new affix. These are going to spread throughout the map as the battle rages on. That's fun. Creates difficult terrain to move around. And it, of course, causes bleeding. If I can get the Tyrant Guards in the way of Garrosh, I would be happy. The AI has learned my tactics. Uh-oh. Now, if you're thinking, Fabe, you look super weak and bad, I wouldn't blame you. However, I would like you to note that I have a plan. That's all you need to know. Maybe he'll soul. That's right. He just does Soul's Overflow. Oh dear mother of pearl. It's always just like one. Okay. Ow. Let's dread Garrosh. I'm gonna heal less because of garbage, but we're in. The AI did overextend with Garrosh, which is good. I think we can get him a parasitic as well. You can run in here. Maybe we can immobilize her. Not quite. That would have actually been really good. Because she is an archer and does not want to be in melee with all this stuff. Kel'Thuzad. Now that I think about it, though. Perfect. Now that I thought about it for longer than 5 seconds. I can't... Oh, right. I couldn't raise him because I made worms out of him. Odd without context. Do we think Denathrius will be okay back here? Because I want to give this to the Night Guard. He's going to hold the line for me. Nice hits. I think Denathrius will be okay. That Night Guard was not okay. I am gonna do so much worse than the AI. Unless... Why can I not hit? I cannot hit and immobilize on her to save my life. Very sad. Alright, any more corpses? I spy with my little eye corpse. Sucks to suck Sylvanas. How do I get in there and kill her? Oh, this is how. Nice. Now, I believe she is not undead currently. So we should be good. That poor immortal is not going to make it. I can try and help out, but... Do you bleed if you're just sitting in here? Units passing through or ending their turn. Ugh, gross. Oh, hey, here's another new thing. The Banshee Pod. These are explodable things that... Why are you not hovering it? have the Wailing Explosive. When it's destroyed, all units in 2x radius suffer frost damage, have a chance to get weakened, and lose morale. So, this thing this guy is standing in might explode. Which would not be ideal. You know what, Denathrius, you're just going to have to vibe. You're going to fall back. You're going to vibe. We're all going to have a great time. You know, we could move up here. And, like, kill this unit for morale bombing. Or, just shoot this guy. Go for it. Okay. Remind me in the Vlad playthrough to abuse Soul Overflow. Because he's going to get it, and I am excited about that. I think it's going to be great. Look at that damage. That's just a zombie. Okay. That's pretty good. That's a tier 3 unit. That's a skeleton? A thorned skeleton militia. Doing the work. Look how little damage our warlock does compared to the blood cultists. Just saying. Nice heal. I want him in there to tie up all these necromancers before they think about doing something. Should have eaten the corpse, but it's okay. See if I can wade through the madness. I've been marked. I'm leaving. How did the AI do this with only losing one unit? Although, to be fair, I don't know how many immortals it lost. I'm gonna lose so... Oh my... What the... What's real? Fake, fake, fake. Not much is real anymore. Oh, this thing is in a tree. Okay, it's fine. It's not like we lost anything important. The warlock wasn't important to me. Okay. I'll be able to resurrect it soon. Enough. Well, what I hit would be good. Not much. Here. Go for the 70%. Huzzah. I did death casting on this realm, right? That explains why Zoval can continue casting spells. Can you break? Be really cool if you could break. I don't think he's going to. I think we're gonna have to kill him. This is the only real unit. Units just don't break anymore. I don't know what they did or changed when they changed stuff around, but they just don't. Oh, let's not talk about it. The Celestia, give him that. Cool. I need to stop sucking. First of all, that'd be great. Second of all,
yeah.
Oh no, I need a front line. I don't want any of this. This could be okay. We can use the Lesser Stone Spirit to reinforce in the field. We need to build a lot of units really fast. I gotta be honest, I don't have the economy for it. Kel'Thuzad has leveled up and is gonna go for Initiative Shadow. We'll summon a Bone Wyvern. I think we're gonna go Dark Ritual here. Raise Undead is not gonna be helpful for a long time, so we're gonna go with the more aggressive option. Master Masons, sure. We have the remains of Garrosh and Sylvanas. Or Garrosh and Gorthok. Wait, I thought I was supposed to capture everybody. We captured Sylvanas. This is going to be fun. Alright. Sinstone, I'm not sure what's going to happen to you, bud. So you're going to have to figure it out. They can't quite reach me yet. They can. The auto probably went okay. Probably. We have to leave those that done. They have no movement. Okay. We are scrounging. Denathrius is leveled up. I would love to give him more health, honestly. But I'm going to go with Skirmisher Training. So now we're slippery. Now we cannot be tied up. So we will never again have that bad situation happen. We'll take the Plate of Fortune, a little bit more HP. You can have that, but we'll give him the Warding Robe later. Caption somebody. So Valtriv is very slowly getting allegiance. So now that we have more people here, we can actually make peace for cheap. But I want more heroes to send more people to me. I'm not sure what Lothraxion is plotting, to be honest, but it doesn't really matter. I might sell... I hate doing this, but... Well, if they're in our crypt already, they're not really helping us, so I might sell their corpse. So we can get our own heroes going. Look at what I was able to put on, by the way. She has just, like, underwear on, basically. But let's get Mal'Ganis. He doesn't look anything like how I wanted him to. When you recruit a hero, they embrace vampirism. So now there will be no more... The reason why I waited was because he has the transformation for the hooves, but we would not be able to apply that otherwise. Mal'Ganis is one of Sire Denathrius' most cunning and loyal Nathrezim that has been involved in machinations all across Azeroth. It was he that lured Arthas to Northrend to become the Lich King, he who pointed the most radical of the Scarlet Crusade to Northrend shores, he who connected Sylvanas with the Jailer, he who bought time for the Sire's rescue from Sinfall, and he who stood at the gates of the sepulchre of the First Ones. Although his schemes did not always end as he had planned, and his most recent was thwarted by the heroes of Azeroth, he remained steadfast in his devotion to Sire Denathrius' grand ambition, and now returns to Rimonia to bear witness to his liege's ascension. So the Dreadlords, as they were called, or I suppose are called in the common tongue, but were called in Warcraft, all served the Legion, but that was actually a master plan of Denathrius, and they all kind of, not all of them, but a bunch of them reappeared in Shadowlands to help the Jailer and rescue Denathrius from his misbegotten fate. I made Mal'Ganis a Death Knight because I need a frontline. And he's called the Eternal. So we are going to reset his skill. Well, they're not bad, actually. So, you know what? We'll just take the Draining Bite. So, whenever you recruit a hero, normally, they embrace vampirism. They lose their champion tree over here, and they gain the vampire tree. They, of course, have the regular signature skills, though. And so he can bite people, and as a turned vampire, he is undead. He has the sunlight weaknesses the Elder Vampire does. He has vampiric regeneration, and 20% of the experience earned in combat by this unit is given to the Elder Vampire that turned them. But as compensation for that, when the Elder Vampire that turned them gains a signature skill, this unit gains +5 hit points and +1 resistance. So at the apex, when Denathrius is level 16, all of his turned vampires will have a bonus 20 HP and +4 resistance. He is a Scholarly Governor, which is fine. I made him an elitist because he is the most loyal of Denathrius' followers, and yeah. Here he is. I feel broke. That's why I think this Lesser Stone Spirit might be okay. Oh. Too long. The empire of twice banished one Zoval the Jailer has been at unrest. Did I read his full title? I don't remember. Now rumors of a rebellion reach your court. Any dissent was met with severe punishment from Zoval, which is lore accurate, but that only seems to have stirred the flames within. Recently, however, the loudest voice of the Wisps of Torghast has disappeared, rumored to have fled to greener pastures. Unrest rumbles within the empire of the twice-banished ones of all the Jailer, a threat to be dealt with, or an opportunity for you. Time will tell. This event is perfect for the Nathrezim. This is alarming. I guess I can use this stick. I have the Staff of the Necromancer, which is what gives me Raise Undead, but I have Death Caller, so... Okay. Also... Hold on, we're going to change things around. Desperate times call for desperate measures. We're going to give the Lifesteal Ring to Mal'Ganis, who's going to be in the front line. We're going to give the Wind Barrier Ring to Denathrius, who got one shot from a ranged attack. I still don't know what to do about this. Besides, just make more units. Need a blacksmith. I need so much gold. Alright. We'll We'll chill for one more turn. It is time for our second tier 2 tome. We're like stuck in our corner, but we are growing, so I mean, that's something. And we are going to take the tome of the Doom Herald. Told you I was here to break people's spirits.
The darkness that creeps from shadow to shadow not only brings disquiet, but also carries the promise of your arrival. Dim the light of your enemy's spirits, shroud them in despair, so that their weapons clatter onto the ground and spells do not issue from their lips.
So I really want a different spell, but we cannot afford... Here we go. We can't really afford to shuffle too hard. We're going to take Battlefield Looting because I am so broke. Now as we kill people, we get money for each tier that they were. This is a world map spell, so we can drop this on armies. As you ponder your dominion of this realm, you hear rumors about a person who may be of interest. There is talk of a mysterious prisoner kept in Delville, blindfolded and gagged, away from all others. Officials say she is a common thief, but the special treatment seems highly suspicious. There are even whispers about the involvement of Zoval the jailer himself. Freeing this prisoner will certainly irk Zoval. Anything to upset him, I'm on board with. Conquering Delville seems to be the only way to take this important prisoner from Zoval. Very well. I shall go and find him. Also, apparently I didn't build enough farms, sorry. I like I can already go to the Grand Hall. I don't know what boosts this. Oh, population. Oh, we can go to the next tier for the Tyrant Knight. I want the lab. But Fabe, I thought you wanted units. All in due time, all in due time. I guess next turn we can... I mean...
Away?
We're outnumbered, but I think we'll be okay. Famous last words. I do want Soil Tenders, but we're waiting. Maybe Mal'Ganis could Crypt Blade? I feel like I've done nothing. But we're almost there at Advanced Logistics. Which again, is when the game truly begins. The only reason our capital's stability is fine is because the stone is here. That's it. It's the only reason. Okay. We need to deal with this before that. Okay, so what we need to do is not have a stack full of melee. Okay. Honestly, what we should do is pull Kel'Thuzad out. You in there, KT in here. Okay. This will help later. I guess we can spawn a Stone Spirit as well. Another War Party, fantastic. Alright, as long as they don't retreat to meet up with Nathraxian, I think we'll be okay. Okay. I think we're still alright. I think there's a road here already. Because I can attack here, and it will not pull in Nathraxian. And the reason that's so important is because even though Nathraxian can still cast spells here... Should we see how the auto does? Just out of curiosity. It wins losing the 2 Stone Spirits and the Tyrant Guard. Shall we see how the AI plays? I clicked the wrong one. I was going to watch that replay. I was going to see how they did. I was going to see how they played differently than me. But no matter. So I actually think we fare a much better chance against Nathrazian for 2 reasons. One, Nathrazian is my child. I know his weaknesses, I know his strength. But also, breaking his spirit works. This is a combat summon, but it's not a temporary combat summon. So our morale bombing strategy that is slowly being developed is going to be pretty effective here, I think. Now the downside is they do have a lot of spirit damage. But I think we'll be okay. I do legitimately think that. Good job, AI. We'll have the big flank over here. The elementals are immune to that. Right. Maybe they don't have a cleanse yet. That also would be nice if they don't have a cleanse yet. We can run in there and bleed them all with our expendable unit or our combat summon, depending on how this all pans out. A war on 2 fronts. If I go here, that's pretty good. All right. I mean, it was pretty kind of them to just be here, you know? Bonk. Oh, Inner Radiance. How cute. So Torment, we haven't talked about Torment yet. Mostly because we don't have access to it for the most part. However, it is a debuff. It counters Grace, which is fantastic. It's a debuff that when this unit uses an ability, it sustains 8 frost damage, loses from morale, and then it will lose one of these stacks, and it stacks up to 5 times, counters Grace. So when this unit is going to stab me 3 times, it's going to take 16 frost damage and lose a bunch of morale. Is this once per combat? Yes. So we probably don't want to use it now. I'm kind of pinned in here. Oh, now I get the immobilize. I see how it is. I now understand why... I understand why the Stone Spears died. Because I also am about to get them killed. Oh, that hurt a lot. Okay. That was also really dumb. But, we'll vibe with it. Yeah, my positioning here leaves a lot to be desired. Ah, anti-magic tincture, of course. Right. So the reason why I gave them the Tome of Alchemy, the Army of the Light is very straightforward. It's very much just holy magic over and over and over again in every conceivable way. However, I'm not gonna lie, if Mal'Ganis dies, I will just reroll this. I'm not gonna lose this hero already. However, they did have like engineers and stuff for their spaceships. Which if you don't have the context for that, that sounds a little crazy. But trust. Well, our chance for mind control is super low. I would have loved to mind control this guy and then got the right of bloodletting on him. Instead, we're going to get it on this guy. Have a worm waddle over. Okay. We'll just shoot that to heal this thing up. I'm not really sure what to do with you. Feel like we're kind of doomed if we don't, doomed if we do situation. I should also mention that I thought it would be fun. A growing concern. This is all bleeding. I thought it would be fun to have someone who counters us. Why? And so, you know, all spirit damage. All bad. That's like 5 bleeding in in no time. So Mal'Ganis is going to come back here. He's going to vibe. They're probably going to kill him. I'm going to be very sad about it. I'm going to rage. I just have... Do not walk into that. I'm going to have to attack the terrain. I think that's what I've decided. I'm going to have to break this bleeding crap. Also, the stone spirits are weak to spirit damage as well. Okay. This is Mal'Ganis. If I could kill anything here, that would be great. Because then I would get a worm and then I could explode it. That would be fun. Try and keep him alive, I guess. You can also position for a Rite of Life Leeching. That will heal Mal'Ganis. That will heal the Spearman. I don't know how long that mind control is going to last. Not forever is the answer. Go ahead and heal. I want to do this to get rid of a model or two. We got rid of 2. That's fantastic. That will give us our worm, which can gorge on the corpse. And we have a dark, or an immortal, running it down. We got that kill. The worm was waddling. I think we have something here. I don't think Mal'Ganis will die. The mind control is about to expire, but I think it goes one more turn. Oh, I'm not facing that. I'm like, how did you shoot me like that? Okay, we're fine. The worm is our rite of bloodletting target. Okay, well, goodbye. Come on, enemies, flee. You know you want to run. I'm gonna have to go like full morale breaker to get them to get out of here, I think. Because I want them to flee. We're almost there. Because I believe this is the final turn for this. Yes? The enemy flees! Okay. How do we do? We did better than the AI. Now, the reason why I wanted them to run is because of this. Our ambition... We went from Renown 1 to Renown level 3 just like that. So now, we are intimidating. At the end of this unit's turn, adjacent enemy units have a base damage chance of losing 5 morale. Does work on units with this or Terrifying Aura. My desire for the floating daggers is being punished once again. And Vicious Killer, this unit inflicts increased morale penalties when killing an enemy, affects enemy units up to 3 hexes. So we really don't want to be using a ranged weapon. I don't care because it's new and cool, but we don't want to be. I would like the record to show I am aware of this. And I cannot expand further down here. For reasons. I do have 1 nature thanks to Apex Predators, so I might go... Get our Forester back, I guess. We might... so the Soul Forge, which, by the way, I do want to create... gives us access to recruiting some animal units. Which, again, animal vampire. Cool stuff. We are going to need mana as well. I'm putting the lab right now. I need all of these, which is the annoying part. We should definitely start with the bathhouse, though. As should you. And then Sinstone will get a bathhouse too. Now remember... Oh, this is Kel'Thuzad. Gains grace when a friendly unit dies. Sure. That'll keep Kel'Thuzad safe. Someone has to be safe. Oh yeah, he's also a collector, so he wants to be equipped with full tier 2+ items. Again, I'm not getting items. I didn't switch this around, but thankfully we were not punished. So we have Wind Shield on Denathrius, with Ring of Vampirism on Mal'Ganis, so Mal'Ganis can lifesteal. Denathrius will hopefully not get punched to the face. With 1 range attack and die instantaneously. Can I get more research from you? Nope. Is it on cooldown? No, I just don't have mana. Can I get mana easily? No. The Cult of Death can, but I can't. Okay. Nope. It's fine. I needed to use it. Lothraxian, my wayward son. The mystical seer who spent some time in your domain has packed up and is ready to depart. He has come to find you to say his goodbyes in person. Profitable my stay was, very few regrets. Now, time to go. Would say hope we meet again, but I already know outcome. And with that, the Sea Ogre turns around and he hauls out his cards. My son. Let's see how you're doing. Of course, I'm fighting this because he himself is present. Ooh. You know, I probably should, I should have not attacked through the city. How are you doing, bud? Okay, you're struggling as much as I am. Good to know. You got the Bat Swarm. Is Mal'Ganis nearby? Of course he is, my goat. I do want to get a rear charge, but I also don't want to be vulnerable. Nah, that's fine. Shank. And get a free worm, I guess. We'll get our ranged units to the battlements. I want to give Denathrius the kill. Really? Well, I tried. I said I wanted to give him the kill. I didn't say he was going to get it. Alright. Thank you for throwing your hero away. I will make good use of him. Alright, how do we want to do this? Probably do a life leeching first, right? Okay. He'll type that. My other son can go tie up the traitor. The maggot can get that zone of control going. These are tiny, right? They wanted to make a new, like, affix for these swarms. But I think they gave up on it and just made them tiny. Yeah. But you know, I understand. Yeet. His morale is wavering. But of course, being tiny doesn't mean anything to, Oh, I'm one tile short. We do not want the Bone Wyvern to... Although Kel'Thuzar will be able to resurrect it. We still don't want him... getting crazy out there. Oh. He survived. Master Yoda. You survived. Alrighty. So, he's steadfast, so he shouldn't be able to attack. He's pacified. Oh, Mal'Ganis. I thought you couldn't attack. 49%, 60%. There's a mind control. Farewell, brother. I like how it looks like I kicked him. Can teleport here. The Bone Wyvern can go get on the caster.
Yeah.
You can shoot the caster. Do we want to, I have Flanker, by the way. So, I think I mentioned that. It's been long enough that I forgot what I've talked about. But we really like hitting people from behind. Which, again, just all plays into the sneaky aspect of Nathrezim. I'm amazed this thing hasn't broken yet. Alright. Well, we finally have a moment of peace. The invaders have been expelled. Knowledge has been collected. The Prelude of Doom is here. I wanted the combat spell, but I am not going to reroll. We could Revels of Carnage. Experience is more important than ever. Well, it has been for a while with these buffs. Get sprints, yeah. So, allow me to take a moment to mend my bruised ego. You march into the scent of warm blood wafting from the maw of the blood-throat, pelted by harrowing screams and chittering. Leading your army inside, you witness how blood cultists expose their bodies to blood maggots who rapaciously drain their blood. Bloated blood maggots writhe on the cavern floor, laying eggs. Shapes move underneath the skin of the blood cultists, who cry arcane chants about blood purity and the bloodletter's tenets. Their screams reveal no agony, but exaltation. They notice you when a stray blood maggot attempts to latch onto your leg. The frenzied blood cultists immediately move to attack. So this is the new Bronze Wonder. And it... we could just run it down. That sounds fun. Oh, that's annoying. All attackers lose much HP, but we also get the Blood Parasites. It involves us dying, though. Or we can try a Shadow check. Challenge your army to deter blood maggots from drinking your blood. If we're successful, the blood maggots are less likely to inject blood parasites into your warriors. In that current we have bolstered City's resistance. If we fail, the bloodthirst of the blood maggots transcends your foul-tasting flesh. We lose a little bit of stability. Let's run it. Corrupt your flesh to repel the voracious blood maggot. 70% chance. Well, you don't always succeed. Let's go see what's inside. We're just taking Mal'Ganis with us because he is, of course, an elitist. He wants to fight with Sire Denathrius. And this is the Wonder. Looks pretty. I used this back here. You can't even get over the camera, but this back here was part of the thumbnail a lot for the dev diary. So it's mostly just zealots that want to die to spawn the blood maggots, and then there's a warbreed who is the real threat. Makes sense. We actually, without Kel Thuzad, we don't have a healer. Or any form of healing. But we'll just use the... Go here. Fantastic. It's crazy, but it might actually be beneficial to run into this guy. Believe it or not. This is impassable, so... If we can mind control him, very nice. Very cool. And of course, the reason for that is this is a shock unit, so the farther he travels, the more damage he deals. Our Night Guard is in the thick of it now, but... We'll roll the 70. Pretty much. Pretty good. Just the blood maggots. Second wind, bibbity bobbity. Get off my property. We can do this to weaken them and misfortune them. Hopefully they fumble, which would be great for us. You can do it Night Guard hold. They take damage every time they fumble. Bonk. And that is GG. Just ignore the blood maggots. Easy. Upon slaying the last of the blood cultists, you discover the true purpose of the Bloodthroat. It is an altar to Urvatov. Oh. The progenitor. You discover tomes that mention the deathless god and his so-called bloodletter's tenets. The power of the dark entity had infected the minds of the blood cultists with the broken belief that offering their blood to the blood maggots would lead to greatness and the first vampire's return. Their repeated rites amassed unpredictable magical energies which you quickly precipitate as mana. Blood maggots flee the Bloodthroat. Is there anything worth salvaging in this forsaken site? So we could get an actual blood maggots. This is a very... I don't know how feasible it is to acquire one of these outside of the... like, as an actual unit. We lose an immortal, but we gain a blood cultist. That sounds like a good trade. Or, Sinstone gets a free pop. I mean, pop is good. You know what? We'll trade an immortal for blood cultists. The immortal are expendable anyway, right? We have made it to Tier 3. And at Tier 3, there is a new tome. One that we are going to use quite a lot. The Tome of Torment introduces the first racial mythic unit. The Painbringer. It's going to be a while yet before we see her in her majesty, but I assure you it will be magnificent. Additionally, Agonize is an incredible combat spell that I wholly intend to manipulate. So, also, this SPI is crazy good. I thought they were going to nerf this. I was pretty convinced this was going to get nerfed before release, but here we are. Still magnificent.
Make their bodies tremble with torment. For every inch they move, they will pay with grunts of agony. Let suffering drip like honey across their pulsing skin. Make them bow. Make them beg. Make them plead to their bringer of pain. And save some torment for yourself. For suffering is best inflicted when enjoyed firsthand.
I don't think that needed to be that sensual, but it was a perfect amount of sensual. We do also have a mana racial transformation that, when we're hit, gives us morale and a random positive saves effect. We're so far from the Painbringer that I think we will take that. Or, get started on it. Sire Denathrius has reached level 8, allowing us to select our next signature skill. We have the Night Lord, where our unit is immune to blind, and while in Sunless, Underground, or Gloom, we have plus 20% damage and natural regeneration. Importantly, at this level, we are going to unlock access to Unholy Leader, and pretty much all of these do give access to it, in case you... yeah, except for Defiler. Interesting. But the rest of them all give access to Unholy Leader, in case you do go for an undead mechanic. They play well with it. They are undead themselves. Reaper, on kill, active cooldowns are reduced by 1 turn, gain plus 10 hit points for the fight, triggers once per turn. Okay, Vampiric Rage, damage increases as hit points are lowered up to 50%. Song of Carnage. Profane Body Mastery, giving us very fast movement, 15% evasion, and 20 hit points. Ironically, adjacent enemies. Ironically, we would get even more evasion with Spellblade Mastery. Marrow Drinker, attacks inflict bleeding for 3 turns, increase for single shots. When an enemy suffers damage from bleeding, gain 2 temporary hit points. When an enemy, this unlocks the Scarlet Plague and Unholy Leader. And then Defiler, attacks remove 1 positive save effect, single shots remove 2 positive save effects. Oh, we still got Unholy Leader, it's just a different spot for some reason. And the Investiture of Chaos. Well, now we actually already have a way to get fast movement. So I'm not sure if very fast movement is overly relevant. There is a trait, a signature skill later on that can build off of Profane Body Mastery. Not sure if we're interested in it, though. Night Lord could be good, but I think we're going to go Marrow Drinker. So much of the art for Denathrius is him drinking from a chalice. And also he'll have access to Scarlet Plague if we want it. But for now, Fortune when we kill something. I'm not sure if we went Opening Strikes or Fatal Strikes. I might just go HP. Well, we'll get Spellblade. Whatever. We'll go Spellblade and Spellblade. So this is giving us 10% more magic and melee damage. Right now, we're only benefiting from the magic, of course, for the Siphon Blood, and it would benefit this and some stuff later on. And then we'll go Spellblade Expertise, which gives us that, as well as +1 defense and 10% evasion. We could even go into, like, Weaver and go for the kill and stuff. I haven't decided which one of these we want yet. So I'm just going to be bopping Nathrezim, who took Sinstone again while I was away. But I wanted to showcase what I think is going to be one of my favorites rituals for the utilizations for the Thralls. Vivisection Ritual comes from the Laboratory, and this deals 20 physical damage to an army in the overworld and gives you 150 knowledge. If you don't really have a use for your casting points, because it does cost quite a bit, I think it's 150 casting points, I would say just spam this. Because that's free knowledge. 150 casting points, 4 Thralls. You're going to get a point with your capital where you're growing so fast that you don't care. And if you have souls, you can convert a relatively cheap amount of souls into 3 Thralls, like every other turn. I think that's going to be what you spam out most reliably. I don't need to fight this. I'm just going to run him over, clear out my territory again. Ooh. And then, we can recruit a hero as well. So, we are going to recruit. You changed your weapon. That's very rude. Shall we get Tichondrius? We'll get Tichondrius. He deserves a little bit of respect. Not much, but a little bit. I made him a prospecting governor, not realizing that I kind of want to have mines in my capital, but that's okay. Now, Tichondrius is our only elementalist, and there's a reason for this. But let's dive into his lore a little bit, shall we? During the Nathrezim servitude to the Legion, Tichondrius was considered their leader and largely oversaw the growth and utilization of the Scourge, guiding the young Death Knight Arthas, overseeing Uther's death, the destruction of Kerel Thalos, and the invasion of Dalaran. When Archimonde was summoned to Azeroth, Tichondrius was given command of the Scourge and went on to invade Kalimdor, where he was eventually defeated by Illidan Stormrage. His return to Azeroth came many years later to watch over the Second Legion invasion and ensure Gul'dan did not fail within the Nighthold, where Tichondrius' schemes once again ended to Illidan. While none have heard of Tichondrius' actions recently, he has heard the call of his sire and returned to aid in his preparation for Ascension. The reason why I thought of him is because he is an elementalist. And one of the reasons why I did this is because in Warcraft 3, which is where we saw most of the Dreadlords originally, they all kind of had their own color. That was kind of how they differentiated them. And Tichondrius was red. So I thought, Elementalist. Fire doesn't really make sense for what we're doing, but we can, like, pretend we're combining... Well, I guess we could do fire. You could argue fire. Do you want to do a 1 hex, or do we want to do a bounce? I like the idea of a bouncing flame. I really do. So we're going to do it. Go around, go over there, get a signature skill. And we will also grab the ranged bleed for him. I don't know why he has this. I gave him a different weapon, but that's okay. So yeah, the AI has once again invaded my domain, but we're going to put a stop to them right quick. Also, I'm replacing my blood altars with the Basilica because it is so many more resources and resources that I'm interested in and, you know, want to succeed with. The AI succeeded in bashing Zoval's face in, so I wanted to sit back, relax, and enjoy the auto-battler and see how it's played. Maybe it can teach me how not to get one-tapped by the Giant King Zoval the Jailer. And I can go on a little bit of a rant. I've been holding this in for like 3 hours. So, Zoval. Zoval, that's what happens. He committed seppuku. Well, I feel like I should be cheated. But that brings a smile to my face. So I talked a little bit about why people don't like the Jailer and Shadowlands with the retconning and whatnot. But it went one step further. The Maw. The Maw was kind of where the Jailer was banished to by Denathrius and the other Eternal Ones. And that place, it was really cool thematically. Like, we were not allowed to remain in the Maw. That was like the whole theme. It was a place no one escaped from. But we, of course, found a way to escape literally within like 10 minutes of walking into the place. But the point was we weren't allowed to stay in the zone. So there was a timer every time you went into the Maw. And you could only be in there for so long before you had to leave or like go to a safe place. And on that same token, it wasn't just a place you could visit, you know, every sporadically. We're like, oh, I need to keep in mind that I can't stay here forever. It was an everyday ordeal to get anima, to freeze souls, to do that thing for the broker lady that I forgot. I've just memory holed it. I forgot what it is. Apparently she became pretty important, but I wouldn't know. I played the first patch of Shadowlands religiously. That was the Castle Nathria raid with Denathrius, the goat. And then I was pretty much done. I believe next was Sanctum of Domination, right? With Korthia. I didn't do that. My mom played that, actually. And then it was the Sepulchre of the first ones with the Jailer, right? I think so. There were just three major raids. But yeah, anyway, people hated them all. And deeper into them all was Torghast, which... Torghast was their take on like a roguelike game mode. But you needed to do Torghast to get upgrades for your legendary items. Which honestly didn't feel very legendary, but whatever. Some of them were cool. And it was a mandatory thing to do to continue progressing every single week to get to the cap. To do it over and over and over again. Okay, so the AI is benefiting from my setting where I have auto-resolve resurrection turned on. That's fine. I do that mostly for the AI's sake. So if they're benefiting from it, it's acting as intended. That was Tichondrius lighting them on fire. But yeah, it was just a lot of gameplay decisions that people hated. And I was there, Gandalf. I was there during the worst of it. Before the buffs and the reduced requirements and the alternative methods to Torghast. A lot of people consider Shadowlands to be like the final nail in WoW's coffin. WoW's still going on. They just actually had an expansion, I think Midnight or something. But, yeah. Ironically, if you look at the numbers, when WoW really began like going down was after its peak in Wrath of the Lich King. And a lot of players, a lot of old players like me, would consider that was like the beginning of the end, because that was when they began to change their philosophy around the community. But that's a whole different rant for a whole different day. We're here about Shadowlands and its many failings. I mean, the AI did alright here. Again, they got to cheat because they have the resurrection on hero deaths, but they made good use of the worms and the summons, and they got to AoE things, which is fun. I have no idea what that was. They also just got super lucky that Zoval decided to commit seppuku. Why would he do that? I don't know. Funny haha thing I just realized. You can visit merchants in other people's territories. I was going to attack him. I mean, I still might. He has a lot of knowledge on his body. But we can use him to get intensive training and get a skill for Sire Denathrius. This will give me Mistaway. I could go for the Dominate here, which might be the play, but I'm trying to get to Vampiric Flight. I want to see if they fix the bug. But I also probably should just kill him. I'm not sure if this is a great idea, but I want to attack the shopkeeper. I've done this before, although it's been a while. I usually don't attack the shop because... Oh, look, there's a little map. Because if you attack the shopkeeper, he will never return to you. Or it says you can never purchase from him again. I'm not sure how that's going to work with the fact that, you know, he technically is not in my domain. So I'm curious to see if that will have an effect. I thought the wording was that he'll never come back to your domain, but apparently it said that you'll never be able to purchase from him again. So maybe that's to prevent people from just buying his stuff up, or, you know, attacking him in someone else's domain and still benefiting from his return later. We'll see. This fight is a little spooky. Because the merchant is this trainer ogre, or troll, I think he is. Ogre. Spooky. And he basically is very much like a champion. He can like support people, he can full heal them, he can tell them to take a second turn. It's kind of spooky. And this guy just, of course, flew in and ruined everything. He has 360 vision, apparently. I got a Shrieking Bat from that Bronze Wonder before I launched it. This thing has the Echoing Shriek, which is a repeating attack that also deals morale damage. Chance to bleed and Echo, 50% chance of dealing an extra 5 physical damage and 1 morale loss. Cool. Of course, you have a windshield. Everyone has a windshield. I'm going to dread this one and see if I can come up with this one. Of course, there's no more dominating heroes like there was in Age of Wonders 3. That was a little ridiculous. I don't know if I'm able to kill this thing. There we go. Maybe you can go delay the inevitable here. We could even, here. Despair. We can have this guy go. Put an end to it. Unfortunately, that means our blood maggot spawned really far away, but that's alright. That is a remarkable jump. Big fan. Okay. Let this guy attack. And we'll heal him up. This is the only form of healing that we have, by the way. Oh yeah, I forgot. I got the Hex Pact with Kel'Thuzad. There you go. So this is the offensive pact. Every turn it debuffs someone. I like how we healed the one that didn't just take a beating this turn, but that's okay. Here, we can eat the corpse too, just in case. You never know what the trainer ogre is going to do. Oh, hey. Return to return. I don't remember how I got one of these. I got one in the past, but I don't remember what I did for it. I'm sure I cheated it somehow. Mal'Ganis is going to run in here and cleave. This has to friendly fire. You have first strike. A graze, how annoying. You can send this blood maggot into flank. Kel'Thuzad. Shall claim her soul. He actually does quite a lot of damage. It's very impressive. This is Dichondrius. Yeah, we'll rip the 70%. We did not do particularly grand. But hey, I guess it's part of ripping the 70%. Can't say I'm a huge fan of the floor being on fire. But, it is what it is. The enemy flees. 600 knowledge. That was one of the reasons why I did that. The second was to finally get some freaking items. This is nice. This is nice. Okay. Archons deliverance. Oh, I get a lightfish. Mal'Ganis. You want to spawn a lightfish for me? He's going from a tier 1 weapon to a nice lens. So we do have some... Here, we'll use the... We're borrowing the Celestial Griffin mount. And the reinforced chestplate is just a better version of what we're wearing. Still missing a lot of stuff, but this is a vast improvement. A step in the right direction. And Sire Denathrius, I've enjoyed your floating whatevers, but we do have the vampiric shields. So we can rock this for a little bit until I can make my own better ranged weapon. Good. Great, even. That also gave us quite a lot of money. So we can recruit another hero. Soon. The Venthyr of Remonia shall be bound in pain, eternally to my servitude. So now whenever they get hit, they gain morale and a random positive status effect. And I have decided Zoval has been a pain in my butt for long enough. This will not be our final battle against him, but I am going to take him down. And you know what? We'll see how the AI did. Did the AI luck out once again? Let's find out. I already went on my rant, so maybe I'll actually observe what happens. Well, I watched last time. I just didn't talk much about it. We are in Sunless. That kind of sucks for our Elder Vampire and Tichondrius and Mal'Ganis. He summoned the thing. He death waltzed himself. And bada bing, bada boom. Brink of death. But he didn't die. I don't think it's supposed to work that way. There was actually a patch. There was a bug fix in the patch between open beta to the day one launch version of the patch, the Gargoyle update, where they fixed that from something else. I'm surprised it happened. Oh, there it goes. It's like, I could have sworn they fixed that. They did. They did. Good job. You can see the Deathstalkers jumping in. That is an ability you want to lose when something is low on HP, not full. They also reduced that damage. I think it went from 30 to 25, so it's a rather sizable nerf. But the Deathstalker gets out of control still, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. They have certain code parameters for, like, a bunch of different spells. I think they're going to have to add one for Death Waltz. 82 damage. Yeah, see, all you need is a new weapon, team. Struggling in life? Just find a new weapon. That counts for both for Denathrius and for freaking Morganis. I will admit, I have enjoyed watching Zoval break himself upon the endless tide of the code. He deserves nothing less. Look at my little light fish. What surprises me is how I still haven't been able to break anybody. I guess I'm just going to have to expose or utilize Nathrezim as my beat stick. Because I have a really funny idea I want to make happen. But I haven't been able to make it happen just yet. Oof. And of course, we have to see the Painbringer before anything else. The Painbringer, the artist formerly known as the Deathbringer. Hey, there's the Torment ability! Well done. If the AI didn't use it, I was going to use it. I mean, I'm still going to use it, but this is a battle I would have used it in. So I think for making heroes, it's probably not a reliable idea to, like, make them different races. Because the game is just going to default them back to the race that they're a part of. That was an issue I ran into here, making the Dreadlords. Well, for Zoval's, I made Garrosh an Orc and Sylvanas an Elf, which is what they are. But I was making the Dreadlords Oni. Or Ogrekin, excuse me. Thomas makes that same mistake. Because that kind of fits with the horns that they have. It kind of doesn't because the Ogrekin have, like, marks all over their body. Which is weird. Nothing broke. Again. Alright, we're going to have to work on that. Good job, Blood Maggots. Well. Okay. DED dead. And a new chest piece for Kel'Thuzad. Kel'Thuzad! Who still doesn't have any items. I believe, yes, I did finally make the forge. I just don't have a lot to melt down. Well, I do, but I don't. You know what I mean? It is time for our second Tier 3 Tome. We got so much knowledge from killing the heroes with the Trainer Ogre and then killing Zoval. It is perfection. And there's not a second new Tier 3 Tome, but there is the Tome of Pandemonium.
There is a subtle artistry to true chaos. There is nothing as delightful as watching the seeds of discord grow into mass hysteria, spreading panic and disorder throughout entire populations. To me, it is simply bliss.
So Vessels of Chaos is perfect for this culture. We're always applying negative status effects. We're always amplifying the effects of negative status effects. why not do more damage to people with negative status effects? Makes sense to me? Rumors reach you that a renowned trainer ogre set up a training camp in your domain above Avartriv. The trainer ogre arrives in your court to pay his respect. Strength and wisdom to you. I was in the service of renowned guardian rulers. Now I walk own path. It be my honor to offer services to such a great sire as you. Then lowering his voice, or whatever other guardian or hero comes visit me. Welcome, instructor. Wow, look at that. That's hilarious. And yes, I will teach Denathrius Frostfire Detonation. Thank you. Doing a skill point too, Denathrius? Sure, why not? Hey, look. He brought more heroes to me to kill. Well, I guess that answers that question. If you kill the hero in someone else's territory, you can get away with it. So I did get the Vampiric Flight. This gives us flying movement, fast movement, and turbulent evasion against physical range and magical attacks. It's kind of like the apex skill for the vampire. It makes them pretty annoying. Do we want to just get Scarlet Plague? I think we probably want, even though I don't want to. Going down to quick phase probably wouldn't be a bad idea. Although now that we can fly and that we have Slippery, we should be fine. Famous last words. We'll just get more range on our suck. So I actually think that melee is still the way to go for the Spellblade. Sorry if that's disappointing. I just think that's the way it is. But that's not going to stop me from using this again. I made a tier 3 floating dagger. The Tears of Blood. I wasn't able to add a whole lot. So I just gave it crit chance and greater bleeding, which means it has a guaranteed chance to bleed. Inflicts 2 bleeding for 3 turns. We're not really manipulating bleeding as much as I would like. But, you know, it's there. I've also decided that I'm tired of Zoval. Which, I mean, if you were listening to the rants earlier, you're probably surprised I let him survive this long. Our Tyrant Knight has made it. So this is the Tyrant Knight, the artist formerly known as the Dark Knight, and the former Tyrant Knight is now the Subjugator. But the Tyrant Knight is the tier 3 unit for the Cult of Tyranny, and he's pretty much the same. He has the Trample ability, which lets him move into an enemy's position, and each adjacent enemies have a chance to suffer weakened. The reason why you'd want to just shove him into the middle of everything is because he has Despotic Vitality. At the end of this unit's turn, he heals for 15 temporary hit points per adjacent enemy unit. It's pretty spicy. Now again, if you shove him in the middle of all the enemies and there are spears nearby, he's still gonna die. But it's pretty cool. I probably should have done this a long time ago, but I built a bunch of scouts, and I'm just raiding nonstop. Like, food is just flowing into my coffers all around me. Also, they made the classic mistake of this province is next to their capital. Actually, it's not. This is... Huh. Well, I was able to put an outpost here so I can heal. Of course, it doesn't affect the vampires, who need to be in sunless terrain to heal. I wish there was a way I could easily tell what's sunless and what's not. That's Ashlands. Oh, okay. Hold on. You're in the way. Whatever, it's fine. Zoval! Oh! Uh-oh. Well. That is an oracle. Well. He couldn't go quietly into this dear night. I also couldn't help but notice if I stayed over... I moved over to this right side to bonk like some loose units, but if I had stayed over here, they wouldn't be able to reach me. Minor mistake. But this is Zoval and Nathrezim together. Oh, and they're in the city. Let's see what tricks and traps they can get up to. Now, I think I would like to be away from Zoval. Thankfully, they don't have an aggressive tower. They have a tower... This actually works out in our favor. They have a tower that does not benefit the... These things are going to disappear. They're reinforcing ally. So, that's nice. We'd have to do a lot of movement, holy crap. I'm full pivoting away from the Giant King. I want nothing to do with it. It can summon its silly sword, and that's about it. Also, I want them to also group up so I can drop the Torment. So Nathrezim went Cleric. That's interesting. I don't know how many of these will be able to cast. This used to be a 2-hex radius. Fair enough. I understand why they nerfed it. It was good. Okay, how do you do this? Alts. I don't know if I've ever done that before. First time for everything, though. There's no spears over here, so I'm okay just charging in here. I think. Again, famous last words. This is a combat summon, so I kind of want to get, you know, use out of it. Maybe it can distract. Flee from the Giant King, flee, craven dogs. I need them to have fast movement. I wasn't paying attention. Did he turn into a bat? Was that Cleansing Flame? Zealous Ignition. From the Tome of Cleansing Flame. Now, because they're tormented, every action they take is going to cause damage to them. That's fun. Good resists. Less good. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you, AI. Your folly will not be forgotten. How to not get one-tapped by... Uh-oh. I don't know who he used it on. Did someone die? Legia Illyria gains dooms. Okay. Huh. Alright, well. Kel'Thuzad. That's kind of bad. That he used Death Waltz on not him. Well, we'll see how this goes. I would like to get... I'm not going to be in range. We'll Hex Pack this hero. I suppose I could claim her soul. That's always fun. I'll eat her corpse just in case. Tie that up. Sure, why not? Resisted. It's fine. Oh yeah, I forgot the wording on this is weird. So you deal a sizable amount of damage to one target and then... I could try go for a convert here, but I think I just want a Frostfire. I don't know how I'm saving this Tyrant Knight, I gotta be honest. I know that Agonize is my new favorite spell, and we want to find ways to use it a lot. This would be a good one. This could work. This could work. Go there. Okay. Be really cool if she died. Oh, he's bonded to that. Wait, why? Huh. Okay. I keep forgetting he's immune. Or he goes steadfast. Okay, I was able to move back to relative safety. That's definitely cheating. Infinite HP. I can't actually kill that. That's so annoying. Oh well. I am a little concerned about what's happening back here. We have heroes and a giant king coming. But hey, I'll try and make use of the blood parasites. The blood maggots. Alright, well. I think the Tyrant Knight's dead. It was nice of him to join us for one battle, but I think he's gone. Oh, they get the dominate. I see how it is. I can't help but notice that Illyria hasn't actually died yet. I wonder if it acts differently because the... It was given to her? Yeah, okay, so it was given to her on a different turn, technically. Come on, Zaval, you know you want to Death Waltz again. Do it! Do it. Well, the good news is we have that death casting thing, so... I actually could be able to raise that with. No, I would be able to. Well, okay. Give me my thing back. And he loses all of his action points. Great! I, of course, don't mean great. I mean awful. Gross. Disgusting. Foul. And yet nothing new. Alright. Somehow the Tyrant Knight is still alive. By the grace of the old ones. I'm gonna feast off of you, Nathrezim. It is pretty cool how when the Vampire Lords die, there's no corpse. So we're out of casting points for Torments. We have a few options. We could... I think we want to try and get Denathrius over here. So will he turn to a bat? He does! And they did fix it. Nice. That guy should be dying and or breaking very soon. Well, I mean, that would kill the dog. We could do that. It's fine. It's just a maggot. His HP is irrelevant. That was a Night Guard that the Oracle deleted. I think this Tyrant Guard... Yeah, the Tyrant Knight is down. Alas, poor Warlock. Are we 5 short? I think we are. I need one more thing to die. Oh, summons don't count. That's right. We're 5 casting points short of dropping a Torment. That is a tanky blood maggot. What the fiddly? Okay. So be it. We're gonna have to kill him the old-fashioned way. Boom. Okay, we have something on the Oracle, for what it's worth. Which I'm not sure how much it is, to be honest, but it's worth something. Alright, Mal'Ganis can run in here. He doesn't have killer momentum just yet, unfortunately. Hopefully soon. I'm not sure what that was, but we will take it. That enemy flees. Denathrius does not want to get too far ahead of the pack. I don't want a repeat of earlier. Where he falls to silliness. I've also locked myself in. Good job. You're doing great, Icodrius. I mean, I suppose we can try and break them. Oh, Zaval's already broken. Craven Dog. We were able to shatter them. To be fair, the Jailer has, like, nothing left. I don't know what he's thrown his armies against, but he does not have much left, just in general. I don't know why this won't break, but... It's fine. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. I really like that life transfer skill. I was kind of surprised they gave it to the Warlock, honestly. That's like a ritualist thing. They're not going to break. In a way, I respect it. Fight to the bitter end and all. There we go. The enemy flees. The craven dogs. So we lost the Night Guard and we lost the Tyrant Knights. But, no big deal. We got a bunch of XP, a bunch of knowledge. We slew both Nathrezim and Zoval. We got some fun items. So the skirmisher weapons can now be used by all melee characters. The Spellblade, the Battle Saint, the Death Knight, the Defender, and the Warrior. I'm not sure... Well, the skirmisher one makes more sense, right? Because they're basically just repeating weapons that have a ranged option if something is, like, outside of your reach. So it makes sense. But, there's not a lot of passives that buff it, I don't think, in any tree. You have defeated twice banished ones of all the jailer, and taken his capital amidst a brewing rebellion. Your armies storm into the former capital, dissuading any further unrest. The fall of the Grand Empire echoes throughout the realm, and any rumors of rebellion and prisoners disappear with those who flee your expected wrath. The remaining wisps of Torghast have no choice but to await your judgment on their fate. How do you address them? Oh, there's a unique ending for this intrigue event. I didn't know that. Interesting. Well, as this empire falls, remember the might of Sire Denathrius. We're going to migrate. The maw shall belong to me. Alright. I've been saving something very special for 7 turns. Arguably, I've been a little greedy about it. But greed is good. A distant world somewhere in the astral sea shifts in front of Obadoth. It is ensnared in the Chaos World's radiance, forming an ungodly ring of fire in the heavens. Like a naked Balor eye in the firmament, the Eye of Fire gazes down upon your helpless world. Demons and fiends summoned to your world revel in its light, while vassals are driven mad and abandon their oaths and fealty. The Eye's unholy gleam causes the fires of your world to grow, and their flames burn with searing malice. The entire realm descends into a maddening domain of fiery chaos. May the odds be in your favor. Great. There is a new Celestial happening. Ooh, I can go yoink that. There is a new... How much population did you lose? There is a new happening that is for the Elder Vampire. Oh, so I forgot Tychondris is a prospecting governor. We need some mines for him, though. But I'm not sure if we'll see it. I could just go straight in the game sort of situation, but we're not going to. That's cool. I'm surprised. Look how close they... I guess teams want to spawn that close together. That makes sense. But there's a lot I still have to show off. Speaking of things to show off, is the Lens of Anguish. This is a unique city structure from the Tome of Torment. It can only be built in the Throne City. It grants +5 mana, +10 combat casting points, and damage and debuff spells apply an extra 5 morale loss, just in general. Just in general. It is time for the final new tome. The Tome of the Crimson Rain.
Blood carries greater power than mortals may think. Does the blood of the Archons not carry their essence? Do we not use blood as payment for our magic? Blood is where the soul resides. And so we drink to fill the void within. For the gift of the old blood demands souls to sacrifice. And we have long spent our own.
So this is kind of like the core foundation of this expansion. The Blood Exarch is the source of the old blood, and that is kind of where everything just kind of trickles down. There's also a story. I haven't played it yet, so I have no spoilers to spoil you for them. And also, this video is not that because I didn't want to spoil people on the first day of the release. We rolled some exceptional things. The Mantle of the Blood Noble is really cool because it is a tier 3, 4, and 5 enchantment, which means this will affect an enchantment that will affect mythic units. That's very rare. Very unusual. Not unheard of, as some people point out. Cosmic Overdrive can affect a few of them. But Mantle of the Old Blood is kind of designed for that. However, to get the most out of it, you also need to have a mixture of tier 1 and tier 2 units for the +5 hit points and increased healing perceived. The Gift of the Old Blood is going to be our major transformation. This is the new undead form. And it's different. You do become undead, so all the undead energies still apply. The Unholy Leader, Necromancer stuff, blah, blah, blah. But instead of getting Life Steal, which I think is a more reliable source of self-healing, you get Life Drinker. When an adjacent unit dies, gain Strengthen and heal for 10 temporary hit points. And there's a base attacks of a 60% chance of inflicting Blood Parasite for 3 turns. So this is where all of our bleeding synergy will come together to create something truly horrendous. Oh, let me lock the Blood Exarch. The big bad. And I have invited another hero to join the roster. This is Deathrock. As with many of the Nathrezim that served the Legion, Deathrock played a key role in the rise of the Scourge on Azeroth, from breaking Ner'zhul's sanity to turning Sylvanas against Arthas and eventually falling to her wrath. But death means nothing to a Nathrezim who regenerate peacefully within the twisting nether. Deathrock's next scheme involved attempting to turn the young King of Stormwind against the Horde during the ongoing Legion invasion. Alas, mimicking the SI7 leader may not have been the wisest choice. SI7 is the Alliance Intelligence Network. Like all his kin, Deathrock has heard the call of his sire and returned to his side. He knows that this is his final chance at redemption, and further failure, especially at his master's side, will not be tolerated. Deathrock was the custodian of the... His armor was green. I don't know what this is about. He was the custodian of the Plaguelands, and so he is a warlock. He starts with blood pacts. Well, I picked the offensive one for Kel'Thuzad. I guess we can have the friendly one here. And of course we want the ranged. We can just go with the mind control one, sure. And, you know, we can just transfer life into reclaiming attacks. I really enjoy that. That's kind of like all of our sustain, which is probably why I like it so much. My friends, may I introduce the GOAT. The Painbringer. The Painbringer is this game's version of the Deathbreaker from Age of Wonders 3. The first racial mythic unit. They have the Draining Strike, which is a repeating attack that heals them. Also has Flanker. I also have Flanker as part of my culture. Or Sneaky, which is basically Flanker. So that's going to be fun to test. There's also the Tormenting Lash, which, you guessed it, has Flanker. Is it because of my culture? I think you just have Flanker. Great. This is a 3-range single shot. Yes, it is a single shot. And she has Shadow Step. This is a 2-range free teleport. It has no cooldown, which means it is every turn you can teleport 2 tiles for free. It's gonna be good. And I can't wait to see it in action. It wasn't I wasn't going to have this be her debut fight, but the AI was losing some of my blood cultists that are a high level. This is my Spelljammer. Yes. I mean, if you all want to stack up, that's pretty cool for me. I'm down. I am the aggressor here. So I should move up a wee bit. Have to be careful of the wailing pods or whatever, but... Oh, this is going to disappear in 2 turns, so I'll just... Yeet. I like how the Tyrant Knight can just run it down. We'll be immune to bleeding soon enough. Basic bleeding, anyway. No. You know, that was real smart. That's a ranger. I didn't realize that. I guess that's a really good use for the afflicting miasma. I'm not particularly fond of that talent, but... Alrighty. I think we will life leech here. And introduce our friends here into a world of hurts. Oh. Well, hello there. Boop, 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 boop. Kaboom. I don't have claim momentum yet, unfortunately. Oh, right, they have progenitor. Or whatever it's called. Precognition. How do I... not take a gazillion damage from you? I think that's a fair question. This is a Pyre Templar, so they are rather durable. Hello. Swiggity swooty. I guess we can just go like this. Get owned. That wasn't quite a flank because that's an unflankable unit. But... oh, right, worms. Worms! Eh, whatever. I'll claim their soul. Then we'll spawn worms here. And then you can... this is a summoned unit, so... I'm just going to send it in against the hero, see what the hero can do or not do. Take or not take. I believe the... I believe you have a hyper awareness too, don't you? This Painbringer? My goat? Can I sneak on by now? No. Okay. That's fine. Actually fine. Not like the this is fine, everything's on fire sort of situation. Actually fine. The javelin's pretty good. I quite enjoyed the King in the Underwood. You know, I bet this culture would probably do really well with lights. Okay, let's be honest. What would not do well with light, honestly? But these little immortals being... you know, getting things like Virtuous Spirit and whatnot would be really funny. Greetings, scrubs. And let's not forget, as a mythic unit, their badge, their champion badge, is killing momentum. That is disgusting. I see the potential already, and it brings me remarkable joy. Nom, 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 nom. Oh, it wasn't enough to kill you. Shucks. Sire, I'm in need of your aid. Thank you. The enemy almost flees. The Inquisitor is still standing. Oh, and this thing. There we go. The enemy flees. Short Spear of the Blood Maggot. Oh, this is the skirmisher weapon. Lol. I could use it on Denathrius, who's level 12. Fantastic. At level 12, we get a very important signature skill. This is kind of the bridge to 16. So what you choose here can impact your final signature skill. Just keep that in mind. Blood Communion. This is a free action heal. Target friendly unit and the caster. Heals 20 temporary hit points and has 2 negative save effects removed. So some sustain and a stainless build. Exsanguinate. Full action. 48 damage, 6 range. Saint damage. Ignores 50% of defense and resistance. Gains 3 bleeding. It's a magic debuff single shot. So we would manipulate this. I might take that. Blood Blight. Blood Blight. 4 range, leave 1 AP, 12 damage, target enemy unit and 2 others in 2 hexes, sustain damage, and take Blood Parasite. Actually, this might be what we get. Because we can move, do this, and still throw our little floating knives. That might be the play here. Tormenting Miss. Enemy units within a 2x radius, sustain damage. Oh yeah, this is what they did in the dev stream. 10 frost damage, leave 1 AP, lose 10 morale, gain 4 seconds of torment till the end of combat. Yeah, this could be good. Especially with what we're doing. Festering Spine. 48, 3. That's so much damage because it's magic. 4 range, 10% accuracy. Sustain damage, inflict 4 poison. It gains 2 decay. And then Grave March. This, I feel like, is going to be very strong. This might be what Vladdy Daddy does. The full action, conjure 4 corpses of tier 1 Thorn Skeleton units in a 1 hex radius for the next 4 turns. Resurrect 1 random corpse in the battlefield under your control until the end of combat. So this puts a bunch of corpses on the floor for you to do stuff with. And every turn, a corpse, whether it's those or someone else's, gets raised. Which is pretty insane. Tormenting Mist goes into the whole fear thing we're doing, but I think I want to try this Blood Blight. I mean, or Exsanguinates. I think Blood Blight plays into my weapon choice more than anything, you know? I think so. Well, I guess we could go Grim Executioner and we can grab Resistance, and then I'll get to choose whether we want to go for Opening or Fatal. And I haven't decided yet. I do, however, see the staff that somebody would like. There you go. Mal'Ganis. Gonna have some crits. I think I'm gonna go Willbreaker because he's with the Baus, you know? He's with Denathrius, who's trying to break people's will anyway. Here's Deathrock, who has another Painbringer with him. We're building the teleporter. Oh, you're right that this is happening. Wow, that's scary. We're building the teleporter here, so we're going to build a teleporter here, and we'll connect our bases for greatness. Alright, so we have our first vassal, the Sanctum of Domination. By the way, the reason why Zoval was struggling so much economically is because this was his only other city. I don't actually know how that happened, but it seems Lathraxion got the lion's share of the map. So Sucks to suck, jailer. But as you can see, we have 3 hostages, providing us 3 allegiance. Now, the Eye of Fire is causing problems, but that'll go away soon, I hope. And we should be flying up the allegiance tree. I raided all the territory, so, you know, they'll figure it out eventually. But look at that 100 food income from Apex Predators. That is nuts. Yeah, I think this is going to be a good society trait. It's time for the magic to happen. We are going to get Exalted by Shadow. This is the penultimate skill for the Shadow Imperium tree. Your heroes gain experience 200% faster. Now, why is that so absurd for the vampires? Of course, that is because we can go into our prison and we can feast upon the souls of fallen heroes. We can have a vampire consume this hero, granting experience and moving the devoured hero to the crypt. This will impact your relations with Newgard, who don't exist anymore. And we can grant this experience to someone. Now, of course, it's only 6, but that's multiplied by 200%. That's a level. Now we can go to Solaria, who also doesn't exist. We can devour them. Denathrius level 13. Is he still level 13? I don't know. I was hoping that these from Zoval would count towards the Sanctum of Domination, but they don't. So, you know what that means. They're free for us to eat. Devour them, Denathrius. Go sprint towards level 16. He's there. Now, something I wanted to try was, for Mal'Ganis, the turned vampires grant 20% of their experience, or rather, 20% of their experience is stolen by the elder vampires. So, if we devour with these, that should still be funneling quite a lot of experience to Denathrius. So Denathrius should now be level 17. Maybe this is one way to bypass it. I think it is. Well, if you need to power level your heroes, you know how to do it. Okay, my goodness. That was a lot of levels, and I didn't decide this yet. I think we are going to go with opening strikes. Oh, it's just melee attack. Ma. Ah, well. It is what it is. It be what it be. We're really here first, go for the kill. Unlike these, go for the kill does not have a descriptor. It just says attacks deal plus 50% more damage till the end of the current turn, which is fantastic. Now at level 16, there are 3 here that are just neutral. No matter what you pick for your previous or neutral skills, you will have these available to you. That is Supernatural Speed, which is a free teleport for 3 tiles. You also gain Exceptional Speed. This unit and all turned vampires under it have very fast movement when not mounted. If the Elder Vampire has Profane Body Mastery, it gains plus 20% critical hit chance instead, even when mounted. The Rosebound Noble. At the start of combat, this will conjure a Rose Knight. We haven't seen one of them yet, although I suppose I could get one. They're in the south. And you are allowed to draft Rose Knight. If you don't have it through this, you can get it through an Ancient Wonder. This also gives you the Ancient One. Oh, and Exhume Undead. Supernatural Speed gives you Phase Lock and Controlled Chaos. Not the greatest Apex skill. We have Spreading Blight. Blood Blight now spreads to 4 enemies within 4 hexes. We also can get Conjure Vampire Spider Matriarch and Ancient One. I believe the Curse to Undeath is also just free. So the 3 free ones are Curse to Undeath, Rosebound Noble, and Supernatural Speed. By free, I mean unaffected by your previous choices. Curse to Undeath is 12 Frost, leave 1 AP for range. Enemy units in a 2-hex radius sustain damage, become soulbound until end of combat. And at the start of combat, enemy units are soulbound, sustain 4 damage. Could be good with, if you're doing a heavy soulbound build, this could be good. Gives you Exhume Undead and Eternal One. Now for your other choices, I guess I'll go over them. Parasitic Communion makes it so Blood Communion now has a base 120% chance of inflicting blood parasite for 3 turns to enemies adjacent to the caster and the target. So instead of just being a single target thing, you... No, this is the heal, right? So when you heal yourself or another person, you still receive the heal, and so do they. And now enemies surrounding them and you will be inflicted with blood parasites. And you can get Conjure, Vampire, Spider Matriarch, and Arcane Surge. Whenever for these spells cast, gain hit points. That's an interesting choice. Violent Exsanguination makes it so Exsanguination now deals 50% of its damage to adjacent enemies, which also ignores defensive resistance. You get the Arcane Surge as well as the Conjure, Vampire, Spider Matriarch. The Aura of Torment. Viv is the upgrade of the big Torment AoE. At the end of the turn, adjacent enemies sustain 4 frost damage, lose 4 morale, and gain 1 torment till the end of combat. A question the devs had with this is... Yeah, Tormenting Mist. Is this relevant if your adjacent enemies are dead? And the answer is no. Also gives you Phase Lock and Controlled Chaos. The Miasmic Spine. When Festering Spine kills a unit, all enemy units in a 2-hex radius get 5 poison and 4 decaying. Give you the Conjure, Dread Matriarch, and the Ancient One. And last but certainly not least, the Elite March. Grave March now conjures the bodies of Tier 3 and Tier 4 undead units and has its cooldown reduced by 2. You get the Exhume Undead and the Eternal One. So, min-maxing a little bit here. I personally would never, if I were really trying to win, I would never pick one of these that do not give you Ancient One. Ancient One is just good. Like, I would have been perfectly happy if the devs made it so every single one of these gave Ancient One. I don't care about, like, all that variety. Like, have one switch back and forth, but I feel like just not picking Ancient One is just a huge, crippling choice. Thankfully, our Blood Blight does have Ancient One with it. Huzzah! We can also summon the Matriarch as well, if we want to. We are going to need this Unholy Leader. And, suppose we can grab this old Straining Strikes now. The demon eye in the sky wreathed in infernal flame turns away. Perhaps it hungers for another world to consume. The world is given a chance to heal from its smoldering wounds. Vassals once again turn to their lords for guidance and plead for their forgiveness. In any case, your people wish and pray that they shall never again be submitted to such an ordeal. Yes, what a hassle it was. I am going to yoink this, and I don't think... I'm not sure the new city is going to grow anytime soon, even though I did build the Farmers Guild for the meme. I'm committed to the bit. My friends, the Vampire Castle is complete. We have constructed the final level, which gives us access to... I don't think any new rooms, but it does give us access to a new spell, although I'm currently working on something. We gain access to the Blood Moon Ritual for 11 thralls, which we can afford. For the next 10... Well, and 300 casting points. The next 10 world maps, vampires do not suffer from sunlight weakness, plus 15 hit point regeneration on the world map, gain 20% damage, and gain plus 2 resistance. This is meant to be like your end game, push your army out and, you know, take stuff over. There is also the Desecration Ritual, which allows you to put Sunless on, like, a province and adjacent provinces as you kind of push forward out of your domain. But this is the big one. That's the big boy. And we'll get working on casting it after I save the Sanguine Depths again. It is time for our second tier 4 tome. And honestly, at this point, it doesn't really matter. We could just continue the trend with Calamity, which I think is pretty much a safe bet. We could also, because we have 6 Chaos, we could dabble and go for a different tier 5 tome, but we'll stick with Shadow. And Calamity kind of plays into what we're doing because we're already building the Shadowlands and the Shadow Magnifier. So Calamity benefits from that. And, you know, more stuff for our Blood Cultists and whatnot. Wow, I don't have a lot of units.
Lo, that dragon of calamity, the desolation in its name. Gaze upon the accursed mark, the scarring of the frozen flame. That glacial inferno, frost and fire bound and twinned. O bringer of glorious devastation, behold its shrines of desecration, of ashen petals in the wind.
We actually have no support for Ghostfire, but Tichondrius is a fire elementalist, so there's a little bit of support, ever so slightly tiny. At last, the gift of the old blood. We're finally becoming undead. So, yeah. I think that there is a lot of value in getting the undead transformation at tier 3 instead of turn 85. So, yeah. I think this is more for just, like, thematic quirks rather than doing an undead playthrough. I think if you're trying to really do an undead playthrough, just go Whiteborn. It'll be way easier. It'll make way more sense. Knowledge. Denathrius has finally made it to level 20. I do think this build would be a lot better with a melee weapon, but I mean, I'm committed to the bit. So the Shadow Magnifier, I gotta be honest, I don't even know if we have a Shadow support skill, but it gives +3 evasion to Shadow support skills. There'd be some like Soul Overflow. The Shadow Amplifier lens makes it so Shadow damage spells deal +10 frost damage, and Shadow debuff spells also inflict status vulnerability. An ability like Torment is both a debuff and an offensive skill. I'm not sure how it's going to work. Will we get both boons? That'd be pretty nice. I am going to increase our city cap because I did take this city down here, the Halls of Atonements, because they have access to this. This is the Golden Wonder for this expansion. Sorry I couldn't do the battle. They had already taken it. So I took the city instead. The Thorgarth Estate counts as a farm, gives, of course, Imperium, food, and mana. The city ignores the stability penalty of Sunless in its domain, so if you are not an Elder Vampire or Heartless, then this is a way you can negate Sunless. I believe Sunless can also be terraformed away, but I'm not 100% confident on that. But it adds the Rose Knight and various Rose Choke skeleton units to the Rally of the Leeches. We just had a new one, so a while before we see them. But I've discovered a bit of a problem. Well, actually, two problems. One's funny and sad, and the other one is raising eyebrows. If you have only one hostage, upon hostile relations, they are not actually going to become my vassal. Well, they are my vassal, but they're tributary, so or they're going to downgrade to a tributary, and they can declare war on me, which is funny. I'm not sure if this is just... I mean, there are a lot of things going against this, right? We're evil. They're good. They don't like that. We have chaos. They're order. They don't like that. They're recently vassalized. They hate that. So this might chill out. And part of this also might be... I don't know how if the city stage is affecting the Whisperings, the hostage at this point. It might be. So... just, like, you know, a word of warning. If you're playing with a harder free city as the Cult of Tyranny, you may need to get a few heroes in your pocket before you do anything. Also, the other sad and funny thing, the wonders of land maps. This landmark, of course, you need 3 adjacent provinces to get this boon. It's not a big boon, so it's not that big of a deal in the end of in the grand scheme of things, but look what's adjacent to it. It only has 4 provinces touching it. 2 here, and 2 on this side. So, if Sinstone wanted to get 3 around it, it would have to blow up one of these mountains. I hate mountains. My hatred of mountains grows ever greater. Alright, the Blood Exarchs are a little large for this, but our tier 3, 4, and 5 units. The Painbringers are exclusively our tier 4s. The Blood Exarchs are exclusively our tier 2s. They are going to get Coagulate, so once per turn, when hit by an attack, they gain both defense and both resistance. I believe the Blood Exarchs already have that. Those are combat for each friendly non-summon tier 1 and tier 2 unit. They gain plus 5 hit points and plus 5% healing received in combat from all sources. Can we actually see this on... I'm finally getting rid of this infestation. No, we can't really see it on him. He has it. But I bet we can see this on my goats. This is the perfect army. It's perfection. It kind of blends into the regular one. But yeah, there's like this mantle going on. Maybe the Tyrant Knights are a better depictor. Everything is on fire at the moment. But I gotta be honest, I'm not worried at all. I just saved my poor vassal. Where is Deathrock? He's on the screen somewhere. There he is. He has... Yeah, there we go. See? Looks pretty good. There's only a few more things I want before I'm going to put my poor son out of business. I grow tired of his shenanigans. The Blood Moon Ritual. For 10 map turns, that is the timer I'm giving myself to put an end to my son. Oh, this is how you trigger it. I thought that it was just a chance, but this is the happening. The sky darkens into scarlet. The blood moon you summoned eclipses the light of the sun. The moon bleeds through an open wound, staining the sky crimson. Animals flee to hide, villagers bar their doors, and the creatures of the dusk rejoice in its glow. For the night is red and ruled by horrors. During its eclipse, the blood moon empowers all vampires and allows them to roam freely throughout the worlds. Will that include Nathrezim? Probably. Prepare for the red night. It is very red, yeah. And it is time for our tier 5 tome. Now, it is a little ironic that I have not used souls at all. However, we're going for the Tome of the Eternal Lord.
A realm blanketed by glistening ice and eternal shadow is a land of endless perfection. Death comes by your will alone, and you shall harvest the very souls of those who wander in your presence. Call forth unending armies. Bring forth the Age of Shadow. Become eternal.
So we're mostly here for two things. Withering Mist is fantastic. It is an incredible combat enchantment. The other thing is not on here, but it allows you to resurrect all of your dead undead. And because our entire faction is now undead, you know, it's pretty good. True Death Magic is also pretty cute. Curse the Reaper's fun. I've lost 2 battle mages along the way, but they've been replaced by bigger and more frightening things. So I'm just going to grab Withering Mist and get to dealing with Nathrezim. Now, I'm not quite sure why this is. Ooh. Spoils of War. But a number of enemies have been making their way into my crypts, and I was under the impression that anyone we kill goes to the prison. I'm gonna devour this just for city stability. Here you go, Deathrock. You've done well. You're all on your own. You're doing great. +1 range. Infliction and... Master of Chaos? Doesn't really matter. We could take the crit. Okay. Well, we're on the way. Someone's gonna get a magnificent debut battle. Don't you worry, little buddy. So the final unique city structure for us to build is the Crimson Court from the Tier 4 Tome. This makes it so that Tier 3, 4, and 5 units you own gain +5 hit point regeneration on the world map and gain 2 experience per turn on the world map. I previously falsely stated that this was like the only way to get experience per turn for them. That is not true. There are a few other ways. The one I remember right now is Devotee of Good. But hey, it's a relatively rare commodity. We also gained the Crimson Court Magistrate, letting you gain mana from Vassal when migrating, raising, and pillaging. It's basically Apex Predator, but mana. So we're double dipping. And I'm just going to boost it out because I have all the money in the world. Well, mostly. I have enough money. As death looms over. Did I talk about what this does? This is the new Overlord's Tower. Previously, this was the mechanic to not have provinces break away from low stability. It got reworked like twice, I think. And now it's back only for the Cult of Tyranny. It is a unique Cult of Tyranny building. It gives +5 Imperium income and +5 city stability income per vassal. So they really do incentivize kind of the Vassal Swarm playstyle. I've known some people who go really crazy with it and like build their own cities and then release them on top of specific resources to keep track of each vassal sending things. This map is not big enough for that, but you can go really ham with this. And also, yes, you can build this in every one of your cities, meaning that is +5 Imperium income everywhere. It does cost a lot of production and it cannot be boosted, so that is the one downside. But hey, at this stage of the game, all my cities are producing 5 Imperium. At least. Here it is, Battlefield Reanimation. All friendly undead units come back to life with 50% total HP. Non-undead corpses come back to life as decaying zombies under your control. I'm not sure if Nathrezim would be able to muster too many more large defenses. So, I figured I would use this to showcase the Blood Exarch. He is very spooky. In theory crafting, I consider him to be potentially the best tier 5 mythic in the game. And he's grossing 190 HP with the Blood Mantle. Not too shabby. And there are 2 of them here. Look at that. Oh, that's terrifying. It's gonna be great. They have a cleaving repeating attack. Fantastic. A chance to apply Blood Parasite. The Siphoned Lesser. This is a 1 AP attack that deals damage and deals more damage for each tier below 5 that the unit is, up to 74. And it heals for some of the damage dealt. And then it has a free action pull. I think these are going to be horrifying to fight. Like, whoever rushes these, GG. You know? But, yeah, I have the greatest army in the game. Just all the Painbringers. What more could you possibly desire? I want more, honestly. I want more. More! Well, we'll see. And of course, we have so many abilities we can press. The Tears of the Crimson Sovereign is a new one. This is a combat enchantment, so I don't think we really get any benefits from our lenses here. But the Comet of Calamity. Shadow Amplifier is increasing frost damage. It also, okay, so damage / debuff spells do benefit from both sides of the amplifier. That's very interesting. And they'll also lose some morale. Behold. That is disgusting. And don't forget, because we are in, the tyranny, we are the tyranny. Yoink. What's the range on this? 4? Oh, that's so funny. You get away. I have managed to yoink him back by chain pulling him. This won't do a whole lot for him. Oh, that damage is disgusting. So, we'll just have Mal'Ganis spunk. And yeah. Looking good. We'll have the ladies prepare for greatness. I didn't have to be this way, my son. So we can now Blood Bite, and it can bounce around. That leaves us with 1 AP, which we can then use to eat our dagger. I probably should have made a better one. Well, they have grace everywhere. Gross. Yeah, Siphon Lesser is better against like tier 2 and 1 units, but that's not too shabby. Do I even have any more immortals? I don't think I do. We have moved on from such things. Sure, we'll hex you. I like the range on hex. It's very large. And in charge. I'm in charge now. Oh no, he condemns me. Oh no, he condemned me. That is the opposite direction I wanted. Huh. Well, sorry, Kel'Thuzad. They hit really hard. That's actually really funny. So they dominated the Blood Cultist and then used his I'm gonna die at the end of the turn button. It's very annoying. Just like this. I have noticed a minor complication, I suppose you could call it, with these Blood Exarchs. They are super slow. Like, so slow. Hello. I'm gonna eat your corpse now. I can't believe they did Kel'Thuzad like that. Cannot believe it. I mean, I could kind of believe it. It's Kel'Thuzad. He kind of deserves it. Well. Boo-hoo. Oh, they're angels. They're immune to control loss now. That's, something. Hmm. Does this do friendly fire? I think it does. So we'll go here. Just cleave that up. We'll feast on the blood maggots. No one's really here to save me. Or as Illidan would say, only we can save ourselves. Go here. Shoot the angel. Okay. Hopefully nothing else dies in this battle. I don't think they will, but we'll see. Apparently, I'm still open to being surprised. I don't actually have battlefield reanimation yet, so I'd rather not lose it. Wow, that was so rude. That's a spellcaster who ran through my entire army to melee a blood cultist that's super low. I mean, respect, you know? I haven't had a chance to say this yet, so I hope it works. Death The Inescapable End. Okay, I'm leaving. I want nothing to do with this. This, however, I can get behind this. Can't do anything. This is killing momentum, though. Alright, well. Welcome to the back line. Now, of course, you are steadfast. Why wouldn't you be steadfast? Okay. We have won. Once everyone else figures out that we have indeed won. You know? I don't know why that's so funny to me. I don't have Battlefield Reanimation, right? Pretty good. I do not have it, yes. Okay. I have this gift as well. Which does that. That's pretty cool. I can gift a Blood Exarch, the blood of the Exarch. That seems on. This does not do friendly fire. That seems a little good. Out of the fire. The goat. Alright, well. That was the Blood Exarchs. As you may have noticed, they're pretty good. They were in fact so good that the AI just tried to ignore them. It was one of those, if I don't look at it, it's not my problem. You know? But, oh my goodness gracious. Don't look at it. It's hideous. Don't worry. We'll get him back. I'm just taking over this tower so that I can, you know, blow up the city real quick. While Kel'Thuzad's making his way back, there is one final Dreadlord that I created. And that is Contessa. Contessa is one of the few female Nathrezim whose work has remained largely unknown to the people of Azeroth. However, she too heard the call of her master to return home to Revendreth. There, she played the pivotal role of reclaiming her sire's soul, dominated the Guardians of Korthia, and stood alongside Mal'Ganis in guarding the sepulchre of the First Ones. While she may have failed the latter, her success in the former was key to Denathrius' return, and now she stands alongside her master to wait for his ascension. So I made her a Death Knight with a skirmisher weapon. And that's what this is. Because my thinking was, since she has the flanker bonus, the sneaky, I wanted to kind of just like roam around with the Death Knight traits while being able to get super flanker stuff. Not gonna lie, in my mind, I thought I made her a Spellblade. I think I made her a Death Knight just to match Mal'Ganis. In the Sepulchre of the First Ones, they're a dual boss fight. So, yeah. Pretty fun. She's an Arcane Governor. What is your... A duelist. Oh. She's level 3. That's very convenient. I have done it. Finally. I have made Remonias. I just figured they're like pieces of Remonia. And they are death. Physical, disease, frost. I made them Celestial Slaying because, close enough. Although technically Remonia gets bound by the Naru. We don't need to worry about that. I never found boots. 105 turns. No boots. The blood moon wanes, and the fear of light returns to those who bask in darkness. The sun rises behind the fading moon, restoring color to the world. Its rays breathe life into the meadows and kindle hope and weary hearts. The creatures of the dusk retreat to their lairs, sheltered by the shadows within them. Vampires are no longer empowered by the blood moon and once again suffer the consequences of walking in the light of day. Bid farewell to the red night. And welcome it back. The final battle is upon us. And wouldn't you know it, the Rose Knight made it in time. Look at him. Isn't he cool? He has a charge strike, like all shock units do. And the Blood Rose Drain. This is a 1 AP. Enemies in a 2x radius sustain damage. Sustain an extra 5 physical damage for each stack of bleeding. For each bleeding unit hit, heal 10 temporary hit points. Then it has all of our bonuses. And they can raise Thorn Skeletons. The target corpse survives with the Thorn Skeleton under your control. Thorn Skeletons are regular skeletons with thorns inside of them. Isn't that great? There are dragons here. Okay. The final battle. The embargo lifts in an hour. Do I think I can edit this down and upload it in an hour? No. No, I don't. This is 6 hours long. That's what's happening. Well, I'll get it out as fast as I can. It always takes me longer than I anticipate to make the characters. And especially heroes. Especially if I have to make them twice. Ah, well. It's been a good time. Rough starts. But honestly, that was exactly... It was exactly the same as it was on the dev stream. They went on a land map, hard difficulty, Sunless Highlands. And it was a struggle bus. So, I should have learned. You know, I watched them. And I didn't change anything. Actually, I did technically change something, because I am using a ranged weapon on a character with melee skills. Even more curious, sir. Alright, you know the rules. Blood for the blood gun. I figured I could convert some bats. You're going to stand in front of your liege. Although that dragon's probably just going to breathe fire on us and move on. He does actually want to move up pretty far. Alright. I suspect... I'm not sure how I feel about... I mean, I feel like the Elder Vampire, if you don't memeing really hard, is super strong. I don't think... that the new tomes are, like, implicitly overpowered. I do, however, think they have very, very strong aspects to them. Like, the Blood Cultist feels like exceptionally strong for a tier 2 battle mage. Whoever that hero is about to die. Is that Deathrock? Okay. Oh, it's Kel'Thuzad. Again. Can you transfer life to yourself? Don't ask how that works. I don't know where Lothraxion is, but I'm just going to put this on the dragon. That seems like a safe bet. I shall claim your soul. Well, this is the end of all things. Memes aside, it has been a lot of fun. I've really enjoyed revisiting Denathrius. Yeah, they changed how this works. The mark now splits damage between them 50-50. Which is an interesting change. They're going to turn around. But they won't get any use out of their cleave. I still think the Tome of Torment is bonkers strong. I mean, this is a Tome of something else being very strong. We, of course, can just fly around now, because we're a master vampire. How far does that bounce? Not too far, okay. You. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the memes, the meme-tastic AI control of Death Waltz. It is a very high-skill ability. Like, there's a lot of ways you can use it and it not go well. So, definitely have to keep that in mind. I don't know why you want to 1v1 the Blood Exarch, but okay. I'll respect your madness. By which I mean I'm going to do this. I should have done this first. In other words, I'm not respecting your 1v1. Who wants the base? That's disgusting. You missed. Shame. Shame! And then, I haven't really gotten to play around with this Tier 4 Tome much. But let's be honest, from what we've seen so far, I think it's going to be pretty good. Come for the Lightfish. The Lightfish is your threat. Do it. I just think it's going to be something you mix into, like, other builds. I feel like going all in like this was not optimal. But it was amusing in the end. In the end, it all panned out. Ow. I think the Cult of Tyranny has a really slow start as well. I think that was a part of it. But, I do think they have a really high cap, economically at least. Like, if you play the Vassal Swarm even remotely correctly, I think almost no one can compete. It'd be a tall order. Do you have precognition? No. I think the Cult of Death is more combat-oriented. Kind of in their name. Pretty sure we can't. You. That was a lot of damage. But this whole Undying Warding Bond thing is a tilter. Hello. Greetings. That pole is sick. And my waifu didn't disappoint. That's the most important thing, honestly. Hello. Oh yeah, I forgot there was a hero here. Can you come down? Thank you. I don't think he wanted to come down, but... You wanna... Should we keep going? Let's keep going. You probably want to run, Deathrock. Yeah. What was this? No. Let me use my abilities again. Kel'Thuzad. Go over here. Okay. I think we have discovered that this is under control. So we'll begin waddling this direction. I can teleport every turn, so I might as well. Very nice. What can you do? A quote just popped into my mind, but I'm going to keep it to myself. Alright. There you go. More torments, more breaking, more boom. Nerfing that from 2 hex to 1 hex, it was probably necessary. But it does hurt my soul a little bit. Gel'Thuzad! Felled by a boulder. Oh well. He's died plenty of times. Three? 4 times? Trying to think. It's been a many. Gel'Thuzad is actually dead, I think. In, WoW lore. A number of the Dreadlords that appear in Warcraft 3 are also dead, which is why they were not here. Like Valnazar. And Mephrithroth. And there's another one I was looking at, but I don't remember what his name was. Oh, that worked. Did we get the hero? No. How'd you get up here? Wait, better question. Why don't you come back down here? Yeah. I like the pull. The pull brings me joy. Alright, team. GG. Now, like the, oh look, only Gel'Thuzad fell. Like the Dragon Lords and the Eldritch Sovereigns, the Elder Vampire should retain their signature skill selection when you call them again. A victor stands proudly upon the remains of their enemies. You subjugated this world through force, as the empires of the past did before you. The dust settles. You will discover whether your cause was just, or if you merely fanned the flames of entropy. Wow, even until this point, he was still ahead of me? Oh, I ignored the underground. I probably should have done that, but they were in my business all of the time. I still can't believe how close we spawned to each other. Also, look at this. This is turn 2. How do they decide the score on turn 2? Anyhow. Oh, also the Blood Altar is a very good early SPI. Exceptional. And of course, Denathrius is worthy of Ascension. We can even take a look at the new Ascension traits. Torment and Pain, this has to be from the Tome of Torment. 20 Frost, full action. Always hits 6 range, and a 1 hex radius enemy unit sustain damage and gain 3 stacks of torments. That sounds fun. Might even be what I take. There's the Bloodrite. Oh, this is from the Tome of the Bloodrite, and it's the Blood Cultist thing, but it doesn't kill you. So it's free action. You sustain 10 unblockable physical damage, and you gain 40% damage for this turn. That could probably be stacked out of control. And there's the Blood Pest. At the start of combat, summon a Blood Maggot. Yeah, I think Torment and Pain. Denathrius has joined the Immaterium as our 31st ruler. And of course, we can look at the rewards. I got most of them. So now we have John Bloodborne, I believe. I need the crossbow. So we unlock the Inspiring Presence. I don't particularly think this will be great. But I mean, it could be good. Pure Shot could be good. Heavy range, light range, other weapons. Other weapons. Deal damage to all targets in a 4-hex line from this unit. I think that could be good. I think that could be quite good. Although it is a full action, so your positioning will be very important for this. There's also the pulse shots, which I didn't even look. Huh. Is this deal damage to the target unit and pull them adjacent to this unit if able? Is this requires full AP but leaves you with 1? Is that what that symbol means? Alright. Heavy range, light range, other weapons. I don't think a ranged character will want to pull somebody to you, but maybe it's meant for something like this with the whip. The skirmisher weapons. Alright. We have almost everything. Just some banner icons over there that we'll leave up to Vladdy Daddy to collect, because he will be the next playthrough starting this weekend sometime. I haven't decided if it's the 15th or 16th. It really just depends how long it takes me to make the characters. I gotta be honest. That is the primary deciding factor, because I suspect it's going to take me a while. But thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. If you would like to see these return, these one-shot mini campaigns to kind of focus on all the new things that appear at the start of expansion, feel free to know. It does take a lot of effort to make them, but I enjoy them. I think viewers mostly enjoy them, and it's kind of different from my usual stuff, so, you know, variety is the spice of life. If you enjoyed the video, feel free to like it. Thank you to patrons and the Channel Sports Channel. I greatly appreciate you. If you'd like to stay up to the house show, feel free to join the description down below. Thank you again. You know who you are. For making this video a reality. And I will see you all this weekend for the beginning of Vladdy Daddy.